Far below the sunlit skin of the ocean lies a realm of perpetual midnight. Vast pelagic plains unfurl like darkened silk, interrupted by monoliths whose crowns dissolve into shadow. Cathedral-like arches of stone loom above trenches, where the water is older than memory, and every sound bends into a slow, haunting echo. Here, time does not pass in hours, but in the glacial drift of unseen currents. Some chasms cradle relics no tide could carry, while others hold structures too deliberate to be nature's own. Murmurs of forgotten civilizations seem woven into the pressure itself, waiting for those who dare descend. As your thoughts begin to drift, let the moment take you in, and share below where you are listening from, and what time surrounds you now, before those markers dissolve into nothing but a distant, unreachable dream. Cameras lowered through the first 100 meters revealed nothing unusual, just pale silt drifting in lazy clouds. Then sonar caught a perfect circle, where the seabed should have been unbroken. The submersible turned toward it, lights revealing an opening that sank in a slow spiral. Each curve was bordered by ridges that flashed briefly with metallic glints before fading back into darkness. Pressure readings climbed beyond what the depth should allow. No life crossed the view, only slow particles drifting inward, as though drawn below. The deeper the spiral grew, the more it resembled something designed rather than formed. No sound reached the microphones except the muted hum of the craft itself. In the control room, no one spoke. Every monitor showed the spiral widening until it consumed the frame entirely, an unblinking circle of shadow pulling them in with a patience that felt older than the water surrounding it. The spiral walls changed from rough stone to smooth surfaces, faintly marked by parallel grooves. Sediment failed to cling here, as though repelled, leaving each line stark and visible. The reflections from the lights bent strangely, producing patterns that appeared and vanished like incomplete symbols. Attempts to slow descent had little effect. The craft sank at a steady pace, pulled by a current that instruments could not detect. The ridges narrowed, pressing closer to the submersible's frame. Far below, a glimmer appeared, a single point of light pulsing in slow, deliberate rhythm. Operators debated altering course, but before a decision formed, the thrusters faltered. The craft drifted toward the spiral's center on its own. Monitors flickered once, and the light below swelled faintly. It revealed the first edge of something rising from the darkness, sharp and geometric, as though waiting in stillness for the intruders to arrive within reach. Depth gauges passed the predicted floor, yet the spiral continued without end. Lights that once carried far now dimmed within a few meters, colors collapsing into muted blue-gray. The pulsing light ahead grew stronger, its rhythm too precise to be random. It seemed to beckon, drawing the craft inward. The spiral walls angled slightly outward now, opening into a chamber far larger than sonar had suggested. Edges of an immense structure came into view, flat planes and perfect corners that shimmered faintly as though coated in liquid metal. The submersible circled slowly, cameras struggling to focus against a haze that rolled off the surface like heat over stone. Every so often, the light within the chamber would flare brighter, revealing brief hints of movement deep in its center. Shapes slipped back into the glow, too fast to resolve. Static began to thread into the audio feed, thin at first, then growing heavier, as though the water itself was trying to speak. The structure's walls towered upward, vanishing into darkness above, patterns etched across the surface, curved in intricate loops, each glowing faintly before fading, as though alive. The submersible's instruments recorded no heat, yet cameras showed waves rippling across the walls, as if under invisible wind. The central light shifted again, pulsing faster, and for the first time, a deep vibration resonated through the hull. It was not sound so much as sensation, a slow push against the bones that traveled through every control console. The crew exchanged glances but said nothing, watching as the submersible drifted closer without command. The haze thinned enough to reveal a gap at the base of the structure, an opening just large enough for the craft to enter. Beyond it, nothing was visible, only darkness thicker than before. The vibration continued, steady now, syncing almost exactly with the rhythm of the pulsing light. Entering the opening was like crossing into another ocean entirely. Water here felt heavier, the submersible's movement slowing despite steady thrusters. The walls pressed closer, smooth and glistening, their grooves deeper and sharper than those outside. Strange filaments drifted through the beam, translucent yet carrying a faint inner glow, twisting away whenever the cameras turned toward them. Ahead, the passage curved downward, bending so tightly that only small arcs of the glowing chamber behind remained visible. Instruments began recording pressure shifts every few seconds, though the depth remained constant. Audio captured a faint hum now, lower and fuller than before, almost harmonic. It rose and fell without pattern, as though reacting to the craft's presence. The farther they moved into the passage, the more the light from behind dimmed, until the only illumination came from the craft's own beams, and the faint glimmer of drifting filaments moving like threads in unseen currents. The tunnel opened abruptly into a cavern so large, the lights could not reach its far end. Here, the floor was littered with irregular, block-like shapes, half buried in fine silt. Some stood upright, aligned in rows, while others lay collapsed, as if toppled long ago. Each block bore carvings, spirals within spirals, intersecting arcs, and a repeating motif of a single circle, split by 3 straight lines. The glow of the filaments gathered around these shapes, their pale light tracing the carvings in slow sweeps. Pressure readings spiked without warning, then leveled, then spiked again, matching the rhythm of the central light from the chamber outside. The hum in the audio deepened, resonating, until it became almost musical. For a moment, the cameras caught movement near the far wall, a cluster of thin, vertical forms, swaying slightly, though there was no current here. As the craft adjusted focus, the forms leaned subtly closer. The vertical forms remained still for several minutes, almost blending into the carved blocks around them. Only when the submersible's lights shifted did they show signs of movement again, bending fractionally toward the beam. Their surfaces were smooth, almost glassy, with a faint translucence that revealed shadowy cores within. The filaments drifting through the water seemed drawn to these forms, looping around them in spirals before drifting away. As the submersible inched closer, a thin ripple ran through the group, like a silent wave traveling from one to the next. Audio interference rose sharply, filling the control room with a soft static hiss that pulsed in sync with the ripple. Then one of the forms tilted completely forward, stopping just short of the seafloor, as though examining the approaching craft. Lights dimmed slightly within the cavern, and the distant hum took on a sharper, almost metallic undertone that made the crew instinctively lower their voices. Closer inspection revealed that the forms were not anchored to the seafloor, but hovered just above it, their lower ends tapering into fine points. Each seemed to vibrate subtly, as though holding position against an unseen current. The hovering was precise, not a drift, but a deliberate stillness. When the submersible's lights passed directly over one, the shadowy core inside shifted upward, pressing faintly against the translucent shell before sliding back into place. Around the cavern's edges, more of these forms stood in loose arcs, always facing inward toward the block-lined center. The carvings on the blocks appeared older here, worn and faint, yet the split circle motif remained clear on several surfaces. As the submersible rotated for a wider view, the forms collectively tilted again, just slightly, each movement perfectly mirrored. The impression was of a single slow breath shared between them, invisible but present in the still water. The hum from the surrounding water grew louder, vibrating through the hull, until loose objects in the control room began to tremble. Instruments struggled to hold stable readings. Depth, temperature, and salinity fluctuated by small but constant margins. One operator noted that the changes formed a repeating sequence, like an encoded signal. Meanwhile, the forms began to drift apart, gliding silently along the cavern floor toward the submersible's position. They moved without kicking or pushing against the water, their shells catching light in brief flashes, before returning to shadow. The blocks they passed seemed to respond faintly, glowing along the carved lines for a few seconds before dimming again. When the first form reached the submersible's lights, its entire surface shimmered as though coated in an invisible sheen. The shadow within shifted again, this time staying close to the shell, pressed tight as if watching from behind a translucent veil. The closest form stopped less than 2 meters from the submersible's front camera. For several seconds, nothing changed. No drift, no tilt, only stillness. Then the light from the craft's beams refracted oddly across its surface, scattering into rainbow-like arcs that twisted slowly before fading. The shadow within moved upward, flattening into a thin oval shape pressed against the shell, as though aligning with the crew's gaze. Behind it, the other forms arranged themselves in a loose semicircle, enclosing the submersible without touching it. The hum in the water shifted tone, deepening, until it was felt more than heard, like pressure pressing against the chest. In that moment, the central light from the outer chamber flared again, casting long streaks into the cavern through the tunnel behind. The hovering forms did not turn toward it. Instead, they seemed fixed entirely on the submersible, waiting for something the crew could not yet name. The hum steadied into a single, unwavering tone, and every form in the semicircle leaned closer by a fraction. Lights from the submersible caught faint details inside the translucent shells, delicate, branch-like structures forming a lattice around each shadowy core. The lattice pulsed faintly, as though moving liquid through unseen channels. One operator increased zoom on the front camera, but the feed blurred inexplicably, refusing to focus on the fine structures. In the dim water beyond, the blocks began to shift. At first it seemed like an illusion, a trick of the light, but soon silt rose from the floor as the massive shapes rotated slightly, aligning their carved sides toward the submersible. The spiral and split circle motifs glowed faintly again, synchronizing with the pulse inside the forms. The sensation in the control room was palpable, not of being trapped, but of being examined with a patience deeper than human time. A sudden flicker passed through every camera feed, not a loss of signal but something passing between the lenses and their targets. The hovering forms reacted at once, tilting toward the cavern's far wall. Slowly the silt cleared enough to reveal a vast archway recessed into the rock, far taller than the submersible and perfectly symmetrical. Its surface shimmered faintly, like sunlight through water, though no light source touched it. The forms began to move toward it, gliding in pairs, each pause perfectly timed with the hum's deep vibration. The submersible followed at a measured pace, keeping distance while recording every detail. Carvings lined the archway's frame, identical to those on the blocks, though more deeply cut, their edges crisp despite the depth. Beyond the opening was only a darkness denser than the cavern itself, so thick it seemed to drink in the submersible's lights without reflection. Crossing the threshold into the archway was like entering a void. All sound, even the steady hum, faded instantly. Instruments still showed readings, yet they felt hollow, disconnected from the craft's surroundings. The forms ahead continued without hesitation, their pale shells glowing faintly against the oppressive blackness. Within minutes, the darkness began to take on shape, faint vertical columns stretching into the unseen heights above, each perfectly smooth and equidistant from the next. Filaments from earlier reappeared, drifting lazily between the columns, their glow casting thin ribbons of light across the submersible's hull. Occasionally, a ripple would pass through the filaments, as though disturbed by something moving beyond the range of the cameras. The shadowy cores inside the forms seemed to shift more often now, as if aware of something approaching in the deep. The absence of sound was complete, an unnatural quiet that pressed against the mind. The columns gave way to a vast chamber, perfectly circular, and larger than any natural cavern mapped at such depths. In the center hovered an immense sphere, its surface smooth but faintly rippling, as though barely containing some inner movement. The forms surrounded it at a distance, halting in place, their lattice structures inside pulsing slowly. The sphere's ripples began to align with that pulse, each wave matching the rhythm precisely. The submersible's cameras caught fleeting reflections on its surface, hints of landscapes, skies, and structures that could not exist here. They came and went too quickly to capture clearly. Pressure readings began to climb again, matching the sphere's pulses, and the filaments thickened in number, coiling slowly around the craft without touching it. In the control room, the crew watched as the sphere brightened imperceptibly, its glow deepening into a hue the water had never held before. Without warning, the sphere's glow expanded outward in a slow, seamless wave. Every filament and hovering form froze in place, their inner structures stilled completely. The wave passed through the submersible without resistance, yet instruments recorded a sudden drop in temperature, followed by a spike in pressure. The camera feeds blurred for 3 seconds, and when they cleared, the surroundings had changed. The sphere still hovered, but now the columns were gone, replaced by an endless expanse of faintly lit water stretching in all directions. The cavern walls, the archway, the blocks, all had vanished. The hovering forms drifted apart, dissolving into the dimness until none remained. Only the sphere stayed, pulsing softly as if breathing. No current touched the submersible. No sound returned to the microphones. For the first time in hours, the craft was utterly alone in a place no map could mark, and no surface could reach. Weeks after the descent, fragments of the recorded data still carried anomalies. Frames from the sphere's chamber contained patterns invisible during the live feed. Faint arcs and intersecting lines, forming what looked like a map. No one could confirm whether it showed seafloor contours, currents, or something else entirely. A second expedition was launched, this time with reinforced thrusters and triple the onboard data storage. Coordinates from the first dive were plotted with precision, yet the seafloor at the site appeared unbroken, as though the spiral opening had never existed. Sonar showed only a smooth, featureless plain. The new submersible descended anyway, searching for any sign of the hollow. Days passed without a trace until, during a midnight watch, the sonar pinged against something vast moving just ahead. The reading lasted only seconds, but its size eclipsed anything the crew had seen before, a mass shifting slowly beneath the silt. The moving mass registered no consistent shape, fluctuating between long, ridge-like forms and smooth, circular outlines. Sonar interference thickened until the display became unreadable. Visual contact came moments later. The seafloor ahead seemed to heave, sending up clouds of silt in slow rolling waves. The submersible's lights pierced the haze, just enough to reveal glimpses of towering shapes, sliding past, their surfaces rough and encrusted like ancient stone. Occasionally, narrow slits appeared along their lengths, glimmering faintly before vanishing again. The crew could not determine whether they were looking at living creatures or fragments of a structure shifting beneath the sediment. As the submersible edged closer, the silt cleared enough to show one of the forms in full, a massive arch rising from the seafloor, identical to the one in the previous dive. Yet here it stood alone, surrounded by nothing but the endless rippling plain. Approaching the lone arch brought the same strange visual effect as before. Its surface shimmered like sunlight refracted through shallow water. Despite the crushing depth, instruments measured a sudden drop in surrounding current, as if the arch created its own still zone. The submersible circled it slowly, recording every angle, but the structure appeared seamless, without joints or visible erosion. As the craft moved to face the opening, a faint pulse of light emerged from its center. It was weaker than the chamber's glow in the first expedition, but carried the same rhythm. The decision was made to pass through. Immediately, water temperature fell by several degrees, and the sound of the thrusters dulled, as though wrapped in heavy cloth. Beyond the arch stretched a passage flanked by low walls, their tops lined with rows of narrow, upright shapes that appeared carved yet stood like sentinels watching the way forward. The upright shapes lining the passage were far smaller than the hovering forms from before, no taller than a human, yet shared the same translucent quality. Inside each, a faintly luminous core drifted lazily, pulsing at irregular intervals. The walls themselves were etched with deep grooves, the split circle motif repeating at measured distances. As the submersible progressed, The upright forms began to glow faintly, their pulses aligning with one another until they matched the craft's slow movement. The passage narrowed slightly, before opening into a low domed chamber. Here the seafloor sloped inward, toward a central depression, filled with the glowing filaments seen in the first dive, now tangled into dense, slow-moving knots. At the center of the depression sat a smaller sphere, identical in surface texture to the previous one, but no larger than the submersible itself. Its glow was steady, unblinking, casting the chamber in a soft, impossible light. The smaller sphere pulsed once, faint but deliberate, and the tangled filaments around it responded instantly. They loosened, stretching outward in slow, uncoiling movements, their pale glow casting shifting shadows across the chamber walls. The upright forms at the passage entrance remained motionless, yet their cores brightened fractionally, matching the sphere's pulse. As the submersible inched closer, faint distortions began to ripple through the water, bending the beams of light in delicate arcs. Instruments detected subtle fluctuations in magnetic fields, rising and falling in sync with the pulses. For a moment the sphere's surface became transparent, revealing a swirling mass inside, a slow-turning vortex of darker material, its edges sharp and defined. Then the glow deepened again, concealing whatever moved within. Every camera feed showed the same curious distortion. The sphere appeared slightly larger than its recorded measurements, as though space itself warped subtly around it. Without warning, the sphere's glow spread outward along the filaments, traveling in branching paths toward the chamber walls. As each tendril touched stone, the split circle carvings ignited in pale light, linking together in a seamless chain around the dome's interior. The sudden illumination revealed more detail, faint depressions in the floor where other objects may once have stood, and sections of wall where the carvings were noticeably fresher, as if restored. The upright forms at the entrance began to sway gently, though there was no current. Their movements were synchronized, each leaning forward slightly before returning upright. The hum returned, faint at first, then growing until it vibrated through the submersible's hull. Operators noted that the magnetic fluctuations now matched this new rhythm precisely. The smaller sphere pulsed again, brighter this time, and the filaments rose higher, coiling into vertical spirals that framed the submersible's approach. The spiraling filaments began to twist faster, though their glow remained steady. From within them, thin threads detached, drifting toward the submersible's hull in deliberate paths. They did not touch, but hovered close enough to cast thin lines of light across the metal. Readouts from the craft's sensors began to stream unusual data, rapid spikes in electrical charge, as if the surrounding water carried currents beyond natural range. The smaller sphere pulsed a third time, and the threads instantly withdrew, curling back into the larger spirals. In their place, the chamber's floor shifted. Plates of stone rose from beneath the silt in concentric rings, each moving silently into place. The newly revealed surfaces bore markings far sharper than those on the walls, and in the center of each ring was a depression shaped exactly like the sphere itself. The implication was immediate: the sphere had not always been here. The discovery of the depressions triggered a wave of speculation in the control room. If the sphere was movable, then the purpose of the rings might be to hold many such objects, each one potentially linked. The sphere pulsed again, brighter than before, and for the first time the upright forms moved into the chamber. They glided silently over the floor, their translucent shells reflecting the glow in streaks of pale color. The filaments lowered, brushing lightly against the depressions before retreating. The sphere's glow shifted hue, deepening into a shade closer to the glimmers seen in the first dive's larger sphere. Almost at once, the water temperature rose slightly, and the hum smoothed into a continuous tone. All sensors recorded a gradual loss of external current, a stillness settling over the chamber as though everything beyond its walls had gone dormant. The submersible remained fixed in place, its thrusters unneeded. The upright forms stopped in a loose circle around the sphere, their translucent shells faintly vibrating. Inside each, the luminous cores began to move in perfect unison, circling slowly in the same direction, The glow from the sphere pulsed in response, its rhythm tightening until it matched the rotation of the cores exactly. The filaments along the floor began to shift again, weaving between the stone rings in patterns too complex to follow. Instruments recorded faint bursts of low-frequency sound, far below human hearing, but strong enough to register on the hull sensors. The crew watched as the carvings on the walls brightened once more, this time in sections, as though responding to an unseen signal. The air in the control room grew tense, an unspoken awareness settling over everyone. Whatever was happening was not random. It felt intentional, like the chamber itself was preparing for something. The glow from the carvings spread higher, climbing the dome's curvature, until every marking blazed with steady light. For the first time, faint outlines appeared between them, connecting lines that had been invisible before, forming a vast circular design covering the chamber's interior. The upright forms shifted again, turning toward the submersible in perfect synchronization. The pulsing of their cores slowed, returning to irregular intervals, but their collective stillness was unnerving. Then the sphere dimmed abruptly, its glow collapsing inward until it was no brighter than a small lantern. Every other light in the chamber remained, as if waiting. In the silence, a single pulse of current moved through the water, strong enough to nudge the submersible backward. Operators corrected quickly, holding position. The sphere brightened again, but not to its previous level. Instead, it shimmered with multiple colors, each sliding across its surface, like reflections on liquid glass. The shifting colors settled into bands, each one aligning with the depressions on the surrounding stone rings. As they did, the markings on the rings flared in response, casting narrow beams toward the sphere's surface. The upright forms withdrew slightly, forming two neat rows on either side of the chamber. The hum rose again, deeper than before, resonating through the water, until it felt like the entire chamber was vibrating. Without warning, the bands of color contracted toward the sphere's center, then burst outward in a single silent flash. For an instant, every light, carvings, filaments, cores, extinguished completely. The darkness was absolute. When the glow returned, the sphere was gone. The depressions in the rings were empty, and the upright forms were drifting toward the exit tunnel. The chamber felt abandoned, the stillness suddenly heavier, as though the event had marked an ending rather than a beginning. The submersible remained motionless for several minutes, recording the chamber's dimming light. The upright forms slipped through the passage without turning back, their glow fading into the distance. The filaments settled flat against the floor, their earlier motion gone. Operators scanned the room repeatedly, but the sphere left no trace, not even a shift in pressure where it had hovered. Instruments detected faint magnetic residue lingering near the rings, but it began to dissipate almost immediately. With nothing left to observe, the decision was made to retreat. As the submersible turned toward the passage, the carvings on the walls flickered once, faintly, as though acknowledging the departure. Outside the archway, the current returned in full, pressing against the hull, as if to push the craft away. The return to the surface was long and uneventful, but the absence of the sphere left a weight heavier than anything the crew had brought back before. The ascent from the archway was slow, the submersible rising through layers of shifting current. For a time there was nothing but the faint murk of suspended silt and the steady hum of the thrusters. Then, without any warning, the magnetic readings spiked sharply, higher than any measurement taken inside the chamber. Operators adjusted the sensors, narrowing their focus, and the signal resolved into a precise, repeating pulse, the exact rhythm of the vanished sphere. It seemed to be moving, not from behind them but somewhere far ahead, deeper into the plane. The crew debated pursuing it. Official orders were to return with the recorded data, but the possibility of finding the sphere again outweighed caution. The craft adjusted course, descending slightly, following the magnetic signature as it drifted slowly across the seabed. In the distance, faint shadows began to take shape against the pale gloom, their outlines unfamiliar. The shadows ahead resolved into towering slabs of stone, each leaning at a slight angle, as if arranged to follow an unseen curve. No silt, clung to their surfaces. Each slab was etched from base to tip, with the same spiral and split circle patterns seen in the sphere chamber. But here the carvings were so deep, they seemed cut yesterday. The magnetic pulse grew stronger between the slabs, pulling the submersible toward their center. A faint shimmer hovered above the seabed there. Not solid, not light, but a distortion, like heat haze in the air. As the craft approached, the distortion expanded into a wavering, translucent wall. Beyond it, faint colors shifted in slow waves, forming fleeting shapes that vanished as soon as they appeared. The magnetic pulse matched these color changes exactly, as though the two were connected. Instruments began to struggle with depth readings, returning conflicting results with each passing second. Passing through the distortion was like falling without motion. All outside features blurred into an endless gradient of pale color, and the submersible's own lights seemed absorbed rather than reflected. The magnetic pulse was now all around them, not directional, but omnipresent, pressing gently against the hull like a slow tide. Gradually, shapes began to emerge from the haze, low circular platforms arranged in a wide arc, each bearing a depression, identical to those in the stone rings of the chamber. All were empty. At the center of the arc floated a faint outline, perfectly spherical, its surface flickering with colorless light. As the craft moved closer, the outline solidified just enough to reveal the ripple of plates shifting beneath its surface. Then, just as the cameras began to focus, the sphere vanished without movement, replaced by a sudden darkness so complete that for several seconds nothing existed but the sound of the crew's own breathing. Emerging from the sudden darkness, the submersible's lights revealed a new landscape that stretched far beyond the reach of sonar. The seafloor here was smoother than any natural plane, its surface faintly rippled like pressed fabric. No arches, no carvings, no upright forms, only silence, and the occasional glimmer of drifting motes. The magnetic pulse from before was still present, steady and omnidirectional, but weaker now. As though coming from a great distance, the crew adjusted course, searching for any structure or formation, and after several minutes, a faint glow appeared ahead. It was not constant but flickered irregularly, like light passing through a moving veil. As they approached, the glow resolved into a series of low shapes, arranged in a loose arc. Between them, the seafloor dipped into a shallow basin, its edges lined with a fine metallic sheen that caught the lights and threw them back in fractured glints. The basin's metallic lining was unlike anything recorded in earlier dives. Instead of separate strips, it formed a continuous seamless band, etched with the split circle motif in a pattern that repeated every few meters. At the basin's center stood a vertical object, rising 3 meters from the floor, a column of overlapping plates, each shifting slightly, as though moved by slow, deliberate breath. Faint light leaked through the gaps between the plates, its pulses uneven, almost hesitant. As the submersible circled for a better view, the magnetic readings strengthened, confirming this was the new source. Instruments detected no heat, yet the water around the column distorted subtly, bending the beams from the craft's lights. At certain angles, shadows flickered across the basin floor, as though tall shapes passed just outside visibility. The crew slowed the craft, holding distance while recording every pulse, every shift, every flicker in the strange, plate-bound structure ahead. The pulses grew more regular, the light seeping through the column's plates, taking on a deliberate rhythm. Each flare illuminated the metallic band lining the basin, and at every pulse, faint lines of light ran outward along its surface, tracing geometric paths that vanished as quickly as they appeared. The plates began to retract slowly, curling back from the center like petals folding away from a hidden bloom. Beneath them, the inner core emerged, a perfect cylinder of deep, lightless black. It reflected nothing of the chamber or the submersible, only a swirl of movement that seemed to exist far beyond its surface. The magnetic readings surged, then leveled, holding at a steady high point. The crew reported an odd sensation of motion, though instruments confirmed the craft was stationary. The swirl within the cylinder turned faster, the center darkening further, until the surrounding light felt as though it were being drawn inward. Without warning, the swirl inside the cylinder released a burst of pale light that rippled outward in concentric rings across the basin. The metallic band responded instantly, its entire surface igniting in a sharp, even glow. The ripple passed into the surrounding seafloor, and the smooth, rippled texture began to shift, as if softening. New shapes rose from beneath the sediment, low platforms, some circular, others hexagonal, each marked with depressions identical to those seen in the stone rings of the earlier chamber. None held a sphere. The column's plates partially closed again, dimming the light, while the platforms settled in perfect alignment around the basin. The hum returned, faint but steady, its vibration traveling through the hull in short intervals. In the control room, the operators watched the readouts spike and stabilize, their screens awash with repeating patterns. Whatever this place was, it had not been dormant. It had been waiting. The platforms surrounding the basin began to emit faint light, each one glowing in turn, as though following a silent sequence. The order repeated 3 times before stopping abruptly, leaving only the basin's metallic band illuminated. The magnetic readings shifted again, becoming directional for the first time, pointing beyond the far rim of the basin. The submersible's lights swept the area, catching a faint shimmer at the edge of visibility. Moving closer, the shimmer resolved into a low arch, half buried in the smooth seafloor. Unlike the massive arches from before, this one was delicate, its frame narrow and covered with carvings so fine they seemed etched with a blade. Inside its curve, the water distorted faintly, bending the light into wavering lines. Instruments showed a sharp rise in the magnetic pulse whenever the craft faced directly into the opening, as if something beyond the arch was responding to its presence. Approaching the arch revealed that its carvings were not static. Under the submersible's lights, the etched lines shifted subtly, rearranging themselves into new patterns over several minutes. The distortion within the frame deepened, and faint points of light began to appear inside it, suspended in a black field. At first they seemed random, but their arrangement slowly matched the positions of known constellations, not as seen from the surface today, but as they might have appeared long ago. The basin's hum grew louder, matching the intervals at which the carvings shifted. The platforms surrounding the basin lit once again, this time holding their glow as the points of light within the arch brightened. Magnetic readings climbed steadily, approaching levels last recorded in the sphere chamber. The crew realized this was not a simple structure. It was an active mechanism, perhaps preparing to open a passage as deliberate as the ones they had entered before. The distortion within the arch thickened until it became a solid curtain of darkness. The points of light swallowed entirely, a pulse of current rolled outward from it, strong enough to rock the submersible, despite the calm water. The platforms around the basin responded by dimming their glow in a synchronized sweep, one after another, until only the metallic band remained lit. The hum dropped to a near silence, replaced by a faint clicking sound that came not from the water, but from within the submersible's own audio system. The sound repeated in steady intervals, its tone altering slightly each time, forming what could almost be a pattern. Operators logged every click while holding position. Gradually, the darkness inside the arch began to clear, replaced by an image faint as smoke. A circular chamber, its walls lined with hundreds of depressions, every one of them holding a sphere pulsing in unison. The image inside the arch grew sharper, though its edges shimmered as if resisting full clarity. The spheres within the chamber pulsed in a wave, one after another, sending ripples of light along the walls. Each pulse made the magnetic reading spike, though the source remained firmly on the other side of the arch. The platforms around the basin brightened again, but instead of their previous sequence, they all lit at once, holding steady. The hum returned, deeper and slower. Its vibration felt more in the chest than through the hull. The image in the arch held steady for almost 2 full minutes before the spheres began to dim. One by one, the lights within them faded until only darkness remained. The shimmering edges closed inward, collapsing the view into a single point of white light, then vanishing entirely. The distortion returned, flat and empty, The hum stopped, the basin lay silent once again. Silence pressed in from all sides, the absence of sound almost heavier than the hum had been. The arch stood unchanged, its carvings fixed once more, but the magnetic pulse that had guided them here was gone. Instruments registered only the faint, static background of the deep ocean. The platforms surrounding the basin slowly dimmed, their glow withdrawing into the seams of the metallic band. Operators considered retreating, but before a decision was made, a faint shimmer rose from the basin floor. At first it was no more than a disturbance in the water, but it thickened quickly, forming a hazy column that reached from the band to the surface above. Within it, shifting lines of light began to trace slow spirals, overlapping and intersecting, until they resembled the motifs cut into the walls of previous chambers. The spirals pulsed once, then again growing brighter, as though the basin had begun recording their presence. The spiral's glow reached a peak, then collapsed inward, leaving a single point of light suspended above the basin's center. It hung motionless for several seconds before slowly drifting toward the submersible. The craft's thrusters engaged automatically to maintain distance, but the point adjusted its course to match, stopping a few meters from the forward camera. Up close, it was not a sphere, but a small cluster of angular shards, each glowing faintly along its edges. The shards rotated in perfect unison, holding their formation as they spun. Magnetic readings flared briefly, then dropped to almost nothing, as if the object itself was deciding whether to reveal more. Without warning, the shards halted mid-rotation. One by one they dimmed until only the faintest outline remained, then dissolved into the surrounding water, leaving no trace behind. The basin floor remained still, its metallic band cold and dark once more. The loss of the shard cluster left the crew with no further anomalies to pursue. The submersible completed a slow circuit of the basin, scanning every platform and seam for hidden mechanisms, but nothing responded. On the far side of the metallic band, however, instruments picked up a faint vibration in the seafloor, too weak to register at first, but growing steadily over several minutes. The source appeared to be deep below the basin, beyond the reach of the submersible's current range. Operators debated whether to deploy the craft's limited drilling apparatus, but the risk of destabilizing the metallic structure was too great. Instead, they lowered a tethered sensor pod into a narrow gap where the band met the surrounding floor. The readings it returned were unsettling, the same rhythmic pattern once detected in the sphere chamber, but stretched and slowed, as though echoing from something far older and much deeper. The decision was made to withdraw the pod and mark the location for a future dive. As the crew reeled it back in, the faint vibration in the seafloor abruptly stopped. The magnetic sensors registered a brief surge, but instead of fading, the signal began to move, away from the basin, across the plain, and deeper into the distortion-heavy regions beyond sonar's reliable reach. For a moment, the shimmer within the archway flickered, not forming an image, but reacting as though to a passing shadow. The platforms remained dark, yet the metallic band gave off a single soft pulse, its light barely visible. Then the basin returned to stillness. With no further movement to track, the submersible began its slow ascent, leaving the arch, the basin, and the silent plain behind. In the control room, no one spoke for several minutes, as though the entire crew sensed that the sequence they had witnessed was incomplete. During the ascent, the plain below faded into darkness, but a faint glow lingered at the very edge of the craft's downward cameras. It moved slowly, parallel to the submersible's course, keeping pace for several hundred meters before veering away. The glow dimmed rapidly until it was gone, leaving only black water in its place. Back aboard the surface vessel, analysts reviewed every recording from the dive. Frame by frame, they isolated the object that had followed. Not a hovering form, not a sphere, but a narrow column, no taller than a human, with faint markings along its side. Each marking glowed in sequence from top to bottom, then back again, as though communicating. The pattern matched segments of the magnetic readings captured in the basin. Whatever the basin's purpose had been, it was now clear that parts of it were mobile, capable of leaving, and perhaps returning at will. The discovery of the mobile column deepened the mystery. Its markings were more intricate than any found in the basin, featuring intertwined spirals and parallel lines. Analysts compared them to all previous carvings, noting they aligned partially with the geometry traced by the sphere's light in the first dive. The alignment was imperfect, suggesting either an incomplete design or a fragment of something larger. Debate began over whether the object had followed deliberately, or if its path had been coincidence. In either case, its presence hinted at movement between locations, a network of places like the basin, connected by something unseen. Plans were drafted for a broader search, mapping the seafloor in concentric sweeps outward from the basin. Every crew member knew the odds of finding the column again were slim, but the possibility of uncovering more sites, each with their own variations of the structures, was enough to justify the attempt. Preparations for the search began immediately. The vessel remained on station, deploying drones in all directions, while the submersible underwent maintenance. Within hours, one drone reported an anomaly, a cluster of low mounds arranged in a perfect circle, some distance from the basin. At the center of the circle, sonar picked up a vertical object, matching the dimensions of the mobile column. The drones approached, but the feed cut out entirely within 50 meters of the site, replaced by a blank grey screen. When visual contact returned, the mounds were gone, the seafloor flat and unmarked. No column remained. Magnetic readings, however, spiked sharply in the aftermath, pointing back toward the basin, before vanishing altogether. The search continued for days without further results. In the end, the crew logged the basin and the vanished column as linked anomalies, connected to the spheres, yet existing as a separate and perhaps older design. The sea beyond the basin was unlike any mapped stretch of ocean floor in known charts. From above, sonar displayed it as a featureless expanse, but at depth, its reality emerged in subtle gradients, rises so gradual they escaped ordinary readings, dips masked beneath curtains of drifting silt. The surface vessel maintained position several kilometers from the basin site, launching the submersible on a course meant to sweep a wide arc through this uncharted territory. It carried upgraded sensors designed to detect even the faintest magnetic residue, their sensitivity calibrated from the basin's readings. For the first 2 hours, the data was empty. No unusual current, no distortion, no structures to catch the light. Then, just as the crew began to doubt, the sensors caught a flicker. It was not the deep, resonant pulse of the spheres, nor the steady rhythm of the mobile column. This was softer, like the echo of something far away, barely brushing the limits of detection. The reading strengthened fractionally, enough to plot a heading. The submersible descended further, its lights cutting narrow tunnels through the darkness. Ahead, the seafloor sloped downward, then flattened again into what looked like a shallow basin, but this one lacked metallic bands or carved platforms. Instead, its edges were lined with small upright structures no taller than a human, clustered tightly together like the remains of some long-submerged orchard. The craft slowed, circling the basin's perimeter. Each upright structure was different, some smooth, some rough, others worn into irregular shapes that suggested erosion by more than just water. Yet when the lights fell across them, faint markings appeared, etched into their surfaces, tiny precise spirals, each one unique. None matched the patterns from the earlier chambers exactly, but all carried the same deliberate symmetry, as though made by the same unseen hand. Magnetic readings here were unstable, fluctuating with no clear rhythm. Occasionally, one of the upright forms would register a sharp spike, then go silent, as though emitting a single pulse before shutting down entirely. The crew noted that these spikes often occurred when the submersible drew closest to a given structure. It was as if the forms were responding, perhaps testing, perhaps recording the presence of the craft. On the basin floor, scattered among the uprights, lay fragments of something unfamiliar, curved segments of a material that reflected light like polished stone. Yet when the cameras zoomed in, the surfaces showed no scratches, no wear. The pieces seemed designed to interlock, their edges perfectly smooth, but none were connected. Analysts aboard the vessel speculated that they might be parts of a larger construct dismantled or destroyed long ago, their remains left here deliberately. The submersible's lights swept toward the center of the basin, where a shallow depression sat empty, no sphere, no column, no metallic band, only bare stone etched with faint radiating lines so fine they were invisible without magnification. These lines converged at the depression's center, where a single shard of the polished material rested upright, half buried in silt. It was smaller than the cluster found in the basin, no larger than a person's forearm, but its edges glowed faintly, each pulse slower than the last. When the craft moved closer, the glow strengthened, and for the briefest moment, a ripple passed across the surrounding uprights. The effect was subtle, not movement, but a shimmer along their surfaces, as though a thin film of light had brushed over them. Then the glow within the shard dimmed, returning to its slow rhythm. The crew held position, waiting for it to change again. The shard gave no further reaction, but the sensors logged a faint high-frequency vibration now saturating the basin. Its origin could not be pinpointed. It was simply everywhere. The vibration persisted, low enough to pass unnoticed by human hearing. Yet the submersible's sensors translated it into a measurable wave. It ebbed and swelled without pattern, sometimes faint enough to nearly disappear, other times pressing against the hull like a deep, slow current. Each swell coincided with a minute flicker in the shard's glow, as though the two were linked. The crew debated lifting the shard for analysis, but its position, firmly embedded in the stone, made removal risky without damaging it, or whatever lay beneath. Instead, they deployed a probe, guiding it close to the shard's surface. The camera revealed that the glow did not originate from the shard's material itself, but from microscopic channels cut into it, so fine they looked smooth to the naked eye. The channels formed a network, branching and reconnecting in a pattern eerily similar to the basin's metallic inlays. As the probe drifted back, one of the surrounding upright structures emitted a sudden pulse. It was sharper than before, accompanied by a visible distortion in the water between it and the shard. The distortion lingered for several seconds, rippling faintly before collapsing into stillness. Magnetic readings jumped higher than any previously recorded here, then dropped instantly to zero. A second pulse followed, from a different upright on the far side of the basin. This time, the distortion formed closer to the depression, aligning almost perfectly with the shard's position. One by one, more uprights joined in, each pulse creating its own brief ripple. The vibrations intensified, the swells now steady enough to feel through the controls. The shard's glow responded in kind, brightening fractionally with each wave until it no longer dimmed at all. Then the pulsing stopped. Every upright fell silent. The shard's glow held steady for a final moment, before extinguishing completely, leaving the depression dark. In that darkness, a faint hum began, the same tone the crew had heard in the basin chamber, but here it carried a hollow, distant quality, as if it came from far beneath the seafloor. The submersible held position, waiting for any movement. Slowly, the ground at the center of the depression began to sink, fine silt sliding inward in a lazy spiral. The rate increased, creating a shallow whirlpool of sediment. The shard slipped under without resistance, vanishing into the dark opening forming below. Moments later, the whirlpool stilled, the depression was empty, no further pulses came. The uprights remained inert. The magnetic sensors, which had surged seconds before, now read nothing at all. Only the hum remained, faint and steady, marking the basin like a distant beacon that could no longer be seen. The hum persisted for several minutes, before beginning to change. At first it deepened, the pitch dropping so gradually that it was barely noticeable. Then, subtle harmonics emerged, faint tones layered over one another, forming intervals too precise to be random. Audio analysis confirmed the overtones matched frequencies recorded during the first dive into the spiral, a signature tied to the original sphere. Whatever had happened in this basin was not isolated. The submersible began a slow ascent toward the basin's rim, cameras scanning the upright structures for renewed activity. Most remained dim, yet two near the northern edge displayed faint light within their carvings. The glow inside them did not pulse, but flowed steadily upward, like liquid drawn through invisible channels. The closer the craft moved, the stronger the light became, until it spilled faintly into the surrounding water. Sensors picked up a weak magnetic field, emanating from the base of one structure. As the cameras zoomed in, the silt around it shifted, revealing the corner of a flat, metallic surface buried beneath. The crew directed the craft to clear more of the sediment with gentle bursts from its maneuvering thrusters. Slowly a shape emerged, a circular plate, perfectly smooth, inset into the seafloor. It bore no carvings, only a single narrow seam spiraling from its center to its outer edge. While the team debated whether to open it, the hum shifted again, its harmonics aligning briefly with the vibrations in the water. The magnetic reading spiked, not from the plate, but from directly below it. The plate began to rotate. It moved slowly at first, turning with a soundless precision, the spiral seam widening fractionally as it did. Through the narrow gap, a faint light glimmered, not the soft, diffuse glow of the spheres, but a sharper, more focused beam, shifting slightly, as though refracted through moving water. The plate's rotation halted after a quarter turn. The beam vanished. The magnetic reading fell instantly back to zero. The hum stopped. For several long seconds the basin was silent again. Then, without warning, a ripple spread outward from the plate, racing across the floor and up the sides of the basin walls. It reached the rim and continued into the open plain beyond, too fast for the eye to follow. The sensors registered its passage for less than half a second before it was gone. The crew could not tell if the event had been activation or a warning. The ripple that raced from the plate vanished into the distance, leaving the basin steeped in stillness once more. For a time, nothing stirred. The uprights remained inert, the magnetic readings flat, the water carrying only the faint hiss of the submersible's systems. The crew held their position, unsure whether to descend back toward the plate or withdraw to a safer distance. Then, almost imperceptibly, the light within the two glowing uprights dimmed until it disappeared entirely. The sensors registered a faint drop in temperature, not enough to threaten the equipment, but sharp enough to note. It was as if the basin itself had inhaled, holding its breath. The cameras swept the depression where the shard had been, now a featureless hollow with no sign of disturbance. The stone was bare, no markings, no silt deposits, clean in a way that suggested the whirlpool's formation had been deliberate, controlled, and complete. The decision was made to inspect the metallic plate again. As the submersible descended, its lights caught a faint glassy sheen across the basin floor. The crew had not noticed it before. It was as if a thin layer of something transparent now coated the stone. When the craft reached the plate, it was sealed again, its spiral seam closed, as though it had never moved. The surface reflected light unevenly, sending back thin rainbows that shifted with every change in angle. A probe was extended, its tip brushing against the plate, and at the moment of contact the magnetic field surged so abruptly that every instrument lit in warning. The probe retracted instinctively, but the surge was already fading, leaving the readings flat once more. The plate remained still. With no immediate activity, the craft began a slow circuit of the basin, scanning for any trace of the ripple's passage. The uprights showed nothing unusual, though the ones closest to the plate seemed subtly altered. Their markings appeared sharper, their edges cleaner, as if they had been freshly cut. A second pass confirmed it was no trick of the light. The changes were real, though no process to account for them was visible. At the basin's far edge, the sensors picked up a faint echo in the water, not sound but a density shift, like a long, slow current curling just above the seafloor. Following it led the submersible to a shallow trench, barely wider than the craft itself. It ran straight from the basin into the darkness beyond the lights, its floor smooth, its walls marked with the same spiral seam found on the plate. The trench's uniformity was too precise to be natural, and as the craft eased forward, the readings shifted again, another faint pulse, not from ahead, but from far below. The crew paused, holding position at the trench's entrance. If the spiral seam here functioned like the one on the plate, Opening it could lead to whatever lay beneath the basin, but doing so without understanding the earlier ripple's purpose carried risks they could not yet gauge. As they debated, the faint pulse repeated, this time stronger, and with it came a dim glow from far ahead in the trench, just enough to outline its narrowing path. The glow pulsed once more before vanishing, leaving the trench in total blackness. Whatever lay beyond had announced itself, briefly before retreating again. The crew recorded every reading, marking the trench as a priority for return. For now they turned back toward the basin's center, one final look at the plate, confirming it was as silent and sealed as when they had first arrived. The submersible rose slowly, leaving the basin and its unanswered signals behind, though none on board believed the place had truly gone quiet. The trench leading away from the basin had haunted the crew's monitors for days, an unresolved thread from the last dive, marked in their records with both a priority tag and a cautionary note. When weather allowed, the order came to return. The submersible was prepped with extended-range batteries, dual-layer magnetic shielding, and a tethered relay buoy to ensure communication if the distortions resumed. The descent began under a calm surface and a muted grey sky, the craft slipping back through the familiar layers of pressure and darkness until the basin's silent floor returned to view. The uprights still stood unmoving, their markings dim and dormant, the plate sealed tight as if it had never stirred. No shimmer marked the shard's depression, no vibration hummed through the water. Without slowing, the submersible turned toward the trench's mouth. The walls of the narrow cut rose taller than remembered, their surfaces smoothed by precision rather than erosion, the spiral seam running unbroken along their length. A faint haze hovered close to the floor, shifting in slow, deliberate currents, yet instruments reported no particulates in suspension. It behaved like a living thing, coiling and stretching apart, never dispersing. As the submersible pushed deeper, the walls began to tighten, funneling the craft into a single unwavering line. The spiral seam glinted occasionally under the beams, not with the dullness of stone, but with a subtle, almost metallic sheen. Minutes passed without change, until the trench floor began to tilt downward, carrying the submersible into heavier darkness. The faint glow seen on the earlier dive returned, not as a single source, but scattered in shifting points that wavered like reflections seen through moving glass. These lights strengthened as the slope steepened, arranging themselves into patterns too regular to be random. They formed arcs, curves, and intersections that broke apart whenever the craft adjusted its position, only to reform elsewhere in the periphery. The floor continued to drop until the trench walls opened suddenly at a smooth lip, revealing a vast chamber below. The beams could not reach its far boundaries. The water ahead absorbed light faster than the lamps could pierce it. The chamber floor stretched in a flat, featureless plane for several hundred meters, before any structures broke its surface. Clusters of low, ring-like formations arranged concentrically, their inner spaces empty. Between them the scattered points of light drifted like plankton, but each moved with the same steady rhythm, pulsing faintly before dimming in unison. The magnetic readings here were stronger than anywhere outside the basin, fluctuating in short bursts that caused the relay buoy above to stutter before recovering. In the center of the innermost ring stood a raised platform no larger than the submersible itself, its surface smooth and unmarked, except for a single indentation at its heart, circular, shallow, and precisely the size of the vanished sphere. The crew held the craft at a cautious distance, scanning every angle for movement, but the platform remained still. The lights drifting between the rings began to draw inward, their pulses aligning into a slow, deliberate sequence. The water grew thicker with their glow until the rings blurred, and the magnetic field climbed steadily, as though the chamber itself was winding toward an unseen threshold. The submersible hovered at the chamber's edge, while the drifting points of light continued to converge on the platform. They moved without haste, each pulse synchronizing with the others, until their glow became one slow, steady breath in the water. Magnetic readings climbed higher still, the relay buoy above, beginning to drop small fragments of data packets before catching up again. The crew maintained a steady orbit around the outermost ring, sweeping the cameras over every formation. The rings themselves appeared to be constructed from fused stone, their surfaces entirely smooth, as if they had been poured into place rather than carved. In certain angles, faint discolorations formed perfect arcs across the tops, each arc aligning with the same point on the inner rings, always facing the platform. As the submersible edged closer, the points of light began to change their arrangement. Instead of drifting randomly, they now formed narrow vertical columns, descending in perfect lines from above to meet the ring structures below. The moment the first column touched a ring, the surface flared with a thin ripple of light that traveled outward, spilling across the rest of the ring in one unbroken sweep. Within seconds, every ring in the formation was glowing, their arcs blazing with clean, sharp edges. The magnetic field peaked, vibrating through the hull so strongly that loose objects in the control room rattled against their fixtures. Then, from the empty space above the platform, a new light began to form. It started faintly, almost imperceptible, like the shimmer of heat over pavement. Slowly it thickened, its edges becoming more defined until it shaped itself into a perfect sphere suspended just above the indentation in the platform. Unlike the spheres seen before, this one was not opaque or metallic. It was transparent, filled with a slow-turning spiral of light that seemed to draw the gaze inward. The spiral turned clockwise for several rotations, then paused, reversing direction without losing its smooth, unbroken pace. Sensors recorded sudden drops in water density around the platform, each change perfectly timed with the spiral's shift in direction. The hum returned, low and resonant, but layered now with higher tones that shimmered faintly at the edge of perception. The points of light within the chamber responded, abandoning their vertical columns and flowing in wide arcs toward the platform, joining the spiral within the sphere. Each one vanished upon contact, absorbed without leaving a ripple. The crew watched as the spiral brightened with every absorbed point, its edges sharpening, its light reaching further into the surrounding water, until the nearest rings seemed to melt into the glow. Then the platform began to lower. It sank without stirring the sediment, carrying the sphere downward until both vanished beneath the chamber floor. The ring's glow faded in reverse sequence, from the innermost to the outermost, leaving the chamber once more in the muted, heavy darkness of the deep. The magnetic readings collapsed to nothing. No hum lingered this time. The event had ended as abruptly as it began, leaving only the empty indentation at the center of the platform and the faint memory of the spiral's pull. For several minutes after the event ended, the submersible maintained its position above the now empty platform. The rings lay dormant, their surfaces dull and lifeless, the arcs barely visible in the low light. Magnetic readings remained flat, and the water felt oddly still, as though every current in the chamber had been dampened. The crew debated whether to retreat or explore the surrounding plain, but the memory of the spiral's light held them in place. Eventually, the decision was made to conduct a full perimeter sweep before leaving. The craft rose slightly, skimming the tops of the outer rings as it moved toward the vast, shadowed edges of the chamber. The floor beyond the rings was smoother than expected, a flat expanse of pale stone, occasionally interrupted by shallow depressions filled with darker silt. These depressions often formed in arcs or curves, never random in placement, suggesting they might once have held similar ring structures that had since collapsed or been dismantled. The sonar revealed that many of these depressions connected to each other via narrow, straight channels carved deep into the stone. The channels always led toward the central platform, converging like veins toward a heart. As the submersible traced one of these channels, the instruments picked up a faint vibration, not from the floor, but from somewhere beneath it. The reading was intermittent, appearing and vanishing within seconds, and each pulse was followed by a subtle shift in the magnetic sensors, as if something below was moving in deliberate bursts. The crew dropped the craft lower, positioning it directly over one of the darker depressions. For a moment there was nothing, then a small cluster of points of light, identical to those that had filled the chamber earlier, rose slowly from the silt, drifting upward in silence. Unlike before, these lights did not move toward the platform, but hovered just above the depression's rim. They pulsed faintly, almost in hesitation, before gliding away in a tight formation toward the nearest channel. The submersible followed at a careful distance, cameras recording every movement. The lights traveled quickly, their path unerring, and when they reached the central platform, They did not enter the indentation where the sphere had hovered. Instead, they slipped beneath the edges of the platform itself, vanishing into unseen gaps in the stone. Seconds later, the vibration beneath the floor intensified. The platform shuddered slightly, not rising, not lowering, but settling deeper into its foundation, as though locking into place. The lights did not reappear. The channels fell silent again. Before the crew could move, a faint distortion shimmered along the far wall of the chamber. It began as a narrow vertical line, then widened into a hazy arch-shaped outline that seemed to breathe with the water. No structure supported it. The shimmer was suspended in open space. Magnetic readings leapt, and the water temperature dropped sharply enough for condensation to form briefly on the submersible's interior glass. The shimmer held for several seconds, its inner space dark and without form, before collapsing inward and vanishing entirely. The drop in temperature reversed instantly, and the magnetic readings fell flat again. The crew marked the coordinates carefully, aware they had just seen the first sign of a possible exit or entrance point, entirely separate from the trench they had used to arrive. It was unclear whether the shimmer had been triggered by the earlier event with the sphere, or by their presence in the chamber at this moment. Either way, the sight had revealed that it could open, but to where and for what purpose remained as unknown as ever. The submersible lingered near the coordinates of the shimmering arch, keeping its lights trained on the empty water where it had appeared. No further distortion followed, yet the sensation of the space being somehow altered remained. Instruments showed a faint rise in ambient pressure, subtle enough to escape detection without sensitive calibration, but steady. The crew logged every fluctuation while sweeping their cameras along the surrounding wall. What looked at first like unbroken stone began to reveal faint, parallel ridges, each no more than a few centimeters high, and running perfectly vertical from the chamber floor upward into the darkness. The ridges were evenly spaced, their surfaces smoother than the surrounding rock, and in some areas they formed tight clusters, as if marking boundaries. Curiosity pushed the craft closer. The moment the forward lights swept fully across one of the clusters, the magnetic sensors spiked again. This time the reading was accompanied by a deep, resonant vibration, not through the water, but through the structure itself, as though something behind the wall had awakened. The ridges began to emit a faint luminescence, each line glowing from base to tip, in a wave-like progression that moved steadily outward from the arch's former location. When the light reached the chamber's far corners, it stopped, leaving the ridges glowing softly in the darkness. A sudden shift in the water's density followed, not as a violent current, but as a smooth, sweeping push that slid along the chamber floor. It carried silt away from the walls in perfect arcs, revealing shallow channels beneath. The channels all curved toward the arch's position, their paths intersecting with the depressions and ring formations previously mapped. The design was too precise to be accidental. It was a network, funneling something toward that central point. The crew speculated quietly. If the platform and its sphere acted as a receiver or generator, then the arch and its channels could be part of a much larger system, one that moved unseen forces across these connected sites. The implications stretched far beyond anything observed in earlier dives. As they continued scanning, a low, intermittent tone began to pulse from somewhere deep within the wall. The glow along the ridges shifted in time with the sound, changing from steady illumination to a slow pulse that matched the tone's rhythm. The chamber's temperature dropped again, though not as sharply as during the arch's appearance. Instruments registered faint micro-vibrations in the surrounding stone, each coinciding with the glow's brightest point. Then, without warning, a section of the chamber floor near the arch began to sink. It did not collapse or break apart. It descended smoothly, like an elevator lowering into a hidden shaft. The opening revealed no machinery, only a circular well of perfectly clear water that seemed untouched by the surrounding darkness. The tone deepened, and the glow in the ridges brightened enough to throw sharp shadows across the walls. The crew debated whether to descend, but the well's diameter barely exceeded the submersible's width, offering little margin for maneuver. Dropping into an unknown vertical space with no guarantee of exit risked trapping the craft entirely. They chose instead to hold position and extend a probe. The device slipped into the water, its lights cutting downward for several meters, before encountering a faint shifting haze. No sediment clouded the view. The haze seemed intrinsic to the water itself. As the probe descended further, the sensors abruptly lost all signal. No video, no telemetry, no location data. A sharp burst of static ripped through the audio channel before everything went dead. The probe had vanished, and with it, their only immediate means of exploring the well. The crew pulled back, unsettled. The chamber was alive with quiet activity, but whatever lay beneath that opening had just made it clear it was not ready to be found. The decision to withdraw from the well had not been made lightly, yet even as the submersible retreated toward the chamber's edge, the sense of unfinished business clung to the crew. The ridges along the walls continued to glow in their steady rhythm, the tone in the water pulsing like a heartbeat buried deep within the structure. No movement disturbed the vast rings, no shimmer reformed in the space where the arch had briefly existed, and yet the air in the control room carried the weight of expectation. The loss of the probe was more than equipment failure. It felt like a refusal, as though something below had rejected their attempt to enter. They circled the chamber once more, mapping every depression, every channel, every ridge. From above, the network's design became clearer. The rings, channels and depressions formed interlocking arcs, all converging on the well's position. The arcs overlapped with perfect symmetry, creating patterns too deliberate to be geological chance. Some sections aligned precisely with points recorded in the basin from Section 4, suggesting this was only one node in a far greater structure. If there were other chambers like this, each with its own well or platform, the scale was beyond imagining. Magnetic readings began to shift again, but this time the pattern was different. A slow oscillation between high and low intensities, measured in exact intervals of 40 seconds. The submersible's instruments struggled to maintain calibration, flickering each time the field peaked. The oscillations seemed to spread outward, as if the chamber itself was radiating an expanding wave. When the sensors tracked the field's spread, they found it moved not upward toward the surface but laterally, following the curve of the trench they had taken to reach this place. The signal was leaving. The crew adjusted the craft's heading to match the wave's path, keeping just inside the chamber. As the oscillations continued, faint distortions began to appear in the water near the trench's mouth. They resembled heat shimmer, bending the submersible's lights into thin, restless lines. Within moments, these distortions expanded into multiple narrow columns that rose from the floor to the unseen ceiling above. There were 7 in total, each perfectly spaced, each flickering in time with the magnetic wave. The columns were not solid. The cameras showed faint movement inside them, as if the water within carried its own current independent of the surrounding sea. The columns' interiors seemed to refract the view behind them, creating warped, elongated shapes of the chamber's walls. Occasionally, one of these warped forms would shift in ways that did not match the submersible's movement, as though something unseen was moving just beyond the distortion's edge. One column near the trench mouth pulsed brighter than the others. The crew guided the craft closer, holding at a safe distance. Inside the distortion, the light bent and coiled like liquid metal, poured through invisible funnels. Magnetic readings spiked in sharp bursts each time the coils shifted. The bursts were stronger than anything recorded in the basin or the earlier dives, and the submersible's systems registered faint electrical interference in the hull. The field was interacting with the craft itself. Suddenly the brighter column expanded outward, doubling its width. A rush of pressure swept past the submersible, pulling fine silt from the chamber floor into the distortion where it vanished instantly. The pull stopped as abruptly as it began, leaving the water perfectly still. The other columns flickered once, then dimmed in unison, their interiors going clear until they dissolved entirely. The magnetic wave ceased. The ridges along the walls went dark. The chamber returned to silence, yet the crew knew this was no ending. Somewhere beyond the trench, the wave they had tracked was still moving, carrying its signal, and perhaps its purpose, to a place they had not yet seen. The decision to follow the wave came quickly, the crew aware that any delay could mean losing its trail entirely. The submersible eased toward the trench's mouth, its lights cutting across the smooth walls where the spiral seam still ran like an unbroken thread. Instruments confirmed the magnetic oscillations had passed through here minutes earlier, their residual strength faint but measurable. The craft slipped into the narrow passage, keeping low to avoid disturbing the silt that clung in loose folds along the floor. The further they descended, the more the trench seemed to stretch, its walls curving inward overhead until the space resembled a tunnel. Sonar mapped it as a continuous arc, dipping steadily into deeper water. After nearly 20 minutes, the sensors detected a sharp rise in magnetic intensity ahead. The readings pulsed in the same 40-second rhythm, but now carried a secondary fluctuation between each peak, like a heartbeat between footsteps. Visibility dropped as a fine haze filled the tunnel, glowing faintly in scattered patches before fading again. The haze carried no sediment signature, as if it were made of the same intangible material that had formed the shimmering columns in the chamber. When the submersible pushed through the first glowing patch, the forward cameras distorted for less than a second, bending the walls outward in impossible curves before the image stabilized. The tunnel's floor began to slope downward more steeply, and the magnetic peaks grew stronger, until they eclipsed every reading from the earlier dives. The crew exchanged quiet, tense glances, aware that they were approaching the wave's source or its next destination. Then, without warning, the tunnel widened into an immense vertical shaft. The shaft's walls rose and fell beyond the reach of the lights, and directly in the center hovered a series of massive ring-shaped structures stacked one above the other, each rotating at a slow, deliberate pace. The rings were not solid. Their surfaces shimmered like the walls of the distortion columns, light bending unnaturally across them. Between the rings, wide bands of darkness swirled in counter-rotation, a movement so slow it was nearly imperceptible, unless watched for several minutes. The magnetic peaks aligned perfectly with each moment. The rings' rotations reached a certain point, as if a connection was being made through their movement. Drawing closer, the submersible's external microphones caught a sound, not the deep hum of the chambers, but a sharp metallic resonance, as though each rotation brought two unseen surfaces into contact. The sound carried through the water like a signal, crisp and deliberate. And deliberate. At one point between the rings, a flicker of light appeared, stretched thin like a filament, before snapping into a bright thread that extended straight downward into the dark. The crew maneuvered the craft to match the thread's position, angling downward, but the shaft extended far beyond what the lights could penetrate. The thread pulsed once, then again, each flash sending a visible ripple across the surface of the nearest ring. The ripples did not fade evenly. Instead, they seemed to be absorbed by certain points along the ring's edge, points marked by the faint outline of the split circle motif. One operator suggested that the rings might be acting as a kind of relay, passing the wave they had followed from the chamber to another location, still further below. The idea carried weight. The secondary fluctuation between the magnetic peaks had grown stronger as they approached, and now it seemed to resonate through the entire shaft. The crew held position, recording every detail, when the thread of light suddenly broke. The instant it did, the magnetic readings collapsed, and the rings began to slow their rotation. A low tremor passed through the shaft, rattling the craft's hull, and a cloud of haze rose from the darkness below, curling upward toward them like a living thing. The decision to retreat was made instantly. The submersible pulled back into the tunnel, the glowing haze advancing just behind, as if intent on following. The haze followed at a measured pace, never accelerating, yet its persistence was unsettling. It moved as a single mass, rolling and folding over itself without breaking apart, its faint glow rising and fading in irregular waves. The submersible's thrusters pushed steadily, maintaining a cautious speed through the narrowing tunnel, but the crew could not shake the impression that the haze was matching their pace deliberately. Every time the craft passed through one of the faint shimmering patches that clung to the tunnel walls, the haze seemed to brighten fractionally, as though feeding on whatever those anomalies contained. Magnetic readings, which had collapsed after the thread of light snapped, began to twitch again in scattered bursts, each spike coinciding with the haze's brightest flares. The tunnel ahead sloped upward now, promising an eventual return to the chamber where the journey had begun. Yet as the submersible climbed, the walls seemed to close in further, the spiral seam along each side catching the lights in brief, sharp flashes. These flashes reflected oddly, producing faint, temporary shapes on the opposite wall, curves and intersecting arcs that looked almost like the designs cut into the plates and rings. The crew recorded them carefully, aware they might be glimpsing symbols or instructions left within the very structure of the trench. The haze drifted closer, now near enough that the outer edges began to curl forward, thin filaments of light reaching ahead of the main body. One filament brushed the submersible's tail assembly. The impact was invisible but immediate. The starboard thruster indicator blinked out, replaced by a fault warning. A backup engaged automatically, keeping the craft steady, but the brief loss was enough to make every operator tense. The haze's advance did not speed up. If anything, it seemed content to keep closing the gap in the same slow increments. Another filament reached forward, this time curling along the outer hull near a camera housing. The feed from that camera flickered, then failed entirely, static replacing the live image. The lead pilot increased power, edging the craft faster through the tunnel. The magnetic bursts grew stronger now, spiking high enough to disrupt minor systems. One operator noted that the spikes were no longer random. They were settling into a repeating sequence, not unlike the patterns seen in the earlier chambers. The haze's glow shifted with each spike, brightening at the peak and dimming at the low. It was responding to the field, or perhaps generating it. The mouth of the trench came into view ahead, the chamber beyond dimly visible through the narrowing gap. The moment the submersible crossed the threshold, the haze halted entirely. It hung just inside the tunnel's confines, the glow along its leading edge flaring once before receding into the mass. Then, in a movement so fluid it seemed unnatural, the haze reversed direction, folding back into itself and flowing downward, retreating into the shaft where the rings had turned. Within moments it was gone, leaving only the silent, empty tunnel behind. In the chamber, nothing had changed. The ridges were dark, the well sealed, the uprights inert. Magnetic readings were flat. The craft moved to the center, hovering above the still platform. No glow emerged from below, no shimmer at the arch's location. Yet the recorded data told a different story. The haze had not simply chased them. It had scanned them, its contact points aligning perfectly with the hull's sensor and propulsion arrays. It had learned the craft's layout. The implications were unspoken, but heavy. Whatever this network of basins, trenches and chambers was, it was aware of their presence now, and it was choosing what to show. The stillness inside the chamber felt different now, weighted in a way that hadn't been present before the encounter with the haze. The crew kept the submersible at a low hover, its lights sweeping slowly over the platform, the walls, and the arch's former location, searching for even the smallest sign of movement. The data feed scrolled with uniform emptiness. No spikes, no vibrations, no anomalies. But the operators could not shake the impression that they were being observed from somewhere beyond the reach of their instruments. The earlier dives had shown that this place could remain dormant for hours before springing suddenly into activity, and every instinct warned them that retreating too quickly might mean missing something important. They began a slow circuit of the basin's network, retracing the channels that curved outward from the platform. At first they found nothing unusual. Just the same smooth stone, the same faint depressions filled with silt. But near the far wall the forward cameras caught a subtle glimmer, not of light, but of movement. A narrow fissure had appeared between two sections of the wall, one that had not been present in earlier surveys. It was too small for the submersible to enter, yet from within came a faint, steady shimmer, like light passing through layers of clear water. Magnetic readings remained flat, but the craft's acoustic sensors detected a low, continuous vibration emanating from the fissure. It wasn't random. The waveform was patterned, repeating every 23 seconds with absolute precision. A probe was deployed, its tether feeding back a live image. The fissure extended further than expected, the stone surfaces inside worn smooth, as though shaped by deliberate hands. At the far end, the probe's lights revealed a series of small, evenly spaced recesses carved into the wall. Each recess held a sphere no larger than a human fist, their surfaces translucent and filled with faintly swirling mist. They were inert, no glow, no pulses, but the swirling inside them shifted subtly whenever the vibration peaked, as if something deep within was answering the call. Before the probe could move closer, a distortion swept through the fissure, bending the image feed into warped streaks. The tether's signal went grainy for 3 seconds before stabilizing, and when the view cleared, the recesses were empty. No trace of the spheres remained. The vibration continued, unaffected, the recesses still visible, but now bare stone. The probe was reeled back in quickly, and the submersible withdrew to the chamber's center. Minutes passed in silence before the ridges along the walls lit once, dimly, then faded, as if acknowledging the intrusion without inviting further exploration. The operators exchanged glances. This was the same faint acknowledgement seen when leaving the first basin, the kind of behavior that suggested the system, whatever it was, could register actions taken within its boundaries. Without warning, the magnetic readings surged, not from the chamber, but from somewhere far beyond it. The surge was strong enough to cause the relay buoy to stutter and drop connection for several seconds before recovering. When data returned, the source was plotted nearly 20 kilometers to the northeast, in a region of the seabed, mapped only in the broadest detail. The signal was sustained for just under a minute before cutting off abruptly, leaving a residual oscillation in the water that the instruments could still detect. The crew marked the coordinates immediately. Whatever had happened here, the fissure, the spheres, the haze, had not been isolated events. They were threads in a network stretching far beyond what the dives had yet uncovered, and now, for the first time, they had a direction to follow. The submersible ascended slowly, the chamber fading into darkness below, its silence unbroken, but its presence still pressing on the edges of their thoughts like a memory too vivid to forget. The surface vessel's bridge was silent when the coordinates came through, 20 kilometers northeast of the trench, in waters deeper than any previously explored in the area. The signal's last position flickered on the navigation displays. It had pulsed for less than a minute before vanishing, but the residual oscillations still lingered in the water, faint yet trackable. The captain gave the order without hesitation. Within the hour, the submersible was lowered into the calm pre-dawn sea, its hull freshly checked after the haze encounter, its systems running at full calibration. The descent began smoothly, the daylight above fading into the familiar deep blue, then into black. The craft settled into a steady northeast bearing, its forward lights slicing through the void. For the first hour, the seafloor rolled by, in featureless plains, interrupted only by the occasional ridge or silt-drifted slope. The first anomaly appeared as a subtle shift in the water's density. It registered not as current, but as a faint resistance to forward movement, like a membrane brushing the hull. Instruments recorded a corresponding dip in temperature and a thin spike in magnetic readings, just enough to confirm they were on the right heading. Moments later, the lights picked out something on the horizon, a faint shimmer that lay flush with the seabed, too even to be natural. As they closed in, the shimmer resolved into a wide, flat expanse, its surface textured with shallow grooves running in perfect parallel. The grooves stretched outward in every direction from a central hub, a low, circular platform nearly 30 meters across. The grooves were not carved into the seabed, but set into it, lined with a metallic alloy that caught the lights and reflected them back in muted flashes. Magnetic readings were stronger here, though still irregular, rising and falling with no clear pattern. The crew guided the submersible to the platform's edge, scanning for carvings or depressions. At first glance, the platform seemed blank, but when the craft's beams swept across it at a shallow angle, a complex pattern emerged. Faint lines traced across its surface in geometric arrays, arcs intersecting triangles, and spirals nested within spirals. The split circle motif appeared repeatedly, always at the intersections where grooves met. As they recorded the details, the oscillation in the water began to change. The rhythm that had been steady now broke into layered beats, overlapping in a way that reminded the crew of the basin's interlinked pulses. The grooves surrounding the platform started to glow faintly, the light spreading outward along the metallic lines like water racing through narrow channels. The glow reached the outer edge and held there, circling the platform in a continuous ring of pale light. The platform's center began to darken, not from shadow, but as if the surface itself was sinking into a deeper shade. Within seconds, the darkened area formed a perfect circle, and from its heart a slow spiraling light began to rise. It rotated upward in a column no wider than a human body, twisting in deliberate motion. Magnetic readings surged in perfect sync with each rotation, peaking at intervals so regular that they could have been measured with a clock. The spiral reached the height of the submersible's forward cameras, then bent outward in all directions, flattening into a disc that hovered above the platform. Its surface rippled like disturbed water, reflecting nothing of the lights trained on it. The crew held position, unsure whether to move closer or maintain distance. The disc shifted again, its ripples slowing until they stilled entirely. Then, like a mirror catching light, an image appeared on its surface, not of the chamber they had left, but of another place entirely. It was a wide enclosed space lined with towering columns, each topped with a sphere glowing faintly in the surrounding dark. The image on the disc wavered for a moment, as if adjusting its clarity, before settling into sharp focus. The towering columns stood in a perfect grid, stretching far into the distance, until they vanished into shadow. Each was capped with a sphere, their glow soft but steady, casting narrow beams of light upward into the darkness above. The beams did not fade, instead they seemed to bend, curving slightly toward each other as they climbed. Between the columns, the floor was marked by a lattice of fine metallic lines, the same alloy and patterning seen on the grooves surrounding the platform beneath the submersible. Every few seconds, a pulse of light traveled along these lines, racing outward from an unseen point, and vanishing into the darkness beyond the image's borders. The submersible maintained its distance, the crew hesitant to approach the disc directly, yet the magnetic readings spiking from it were impossible to ignore. They matched perfectly with those recorded at the basin, the chamber, and the shaft with the rotating rings. Whatever this network was, it had conduits reaching into every site they had found so far. And now, for the first time, they were seeing the scale, hundreds of spheres operating in unison, connected by channels that stretched far beyond sight. Then, without warning, the image began to move. The perspective shifted as though the viewer was gliding forward, passing between the columns in smooth, silent motion. The spheres above seemed to turn slightly as the view passed beneath them, their glow intensifying in slow, deliberate pulses. The metallic lattice on the floor began to hum, a sound so low the crew felt it in their bones rather than hearing it through the water. The forward motion stopped at the base of one column taller than the rest. The sphere atop it glowed brighter than any other, and its beam did not bend toward its neighbors. It rose straight upward and vanished into darkness. From this point the perspective lifted, drifting higher, until it aligned with the sphere. The glow within it shifted, rippling like liquid disturbed by a stone, and for a heartbeat the crew thought they saw shapes moving inside, long thin silhouettes twisting in slow deliberate arcs. The image held there for several seconds before fading to black. The disc above the platform shimmered once, then dissolved into thousands of fine points of light that scattered outward like embers in the water, fading before they could drift far. The platform's center was empty again, its surface pale and still, as if nothing had happened. The grooves around it dimmed, the metallic lines losing their glow until only the faint reflection of the submersible's lights remained. Magnetic readings collapsed instantly, and the water's oscillation ceased. The crew recorded every frame, every fluctuation, every anomaly, aware that the connection they had just witnessed was likely one way. Then a new reading appeared, faint at first, then growing. It was coming not from the platform, but from deep below it. The signal was slower, more deliberate, almost like a slow pulse from something vast and heavy. Sonar swept the area, and for a fraction of a second, a shape registered far beneath the surface, circular, immense and layered in concentric rings. Before a second pass could confirm it, the reading vanished, replaced once again by the familiar stillness of the deep. The captain's voice over comms was clear. This site was not finished with them, but it would not open further today. The crew kept the submersible hovering above the platform, reluctant to leave while the slow, deliberate pulse from below still touched their instruments. It came at regular intervals, every 31 seconds, a deep vibration that caused minor fluctuations in the craft's altitude, despite the thrusters holding steady. It was not violent, but it carried weight, as if something massive far beneath the seabed was stirring just enough to make its presence known. The sonar sweep had caught only a fragment of its outline, yet even that glimpse suggested a structure larger than anything they had encountered, a perfect circle layered with rings, each wider than the platform itself. The captain authorized a cautious descent. The submersible edged away from the platform's center and followed one of the metallic grooves outward, where it dipped into a shallow trench leading directly downward. Silt billowed lightly under the thrusters, curling away into the black. As they descended, the trench widened until its walls sloped out of view, leaving them in open water. The pulse grew stronger here, its effect on the instruments more pronounced. Magnetic readings rose by fractions with each beat, as if building toward a threshold. 200 meters below the platform, the lights began to catch on faint structures embedded in the seabed. They were not pillars or ridges, but curved segments of alloy partially buried under centuries of sediment. Each segment matched the arc of a circle so vast that its full sweep could not be seen. The sonar confirmed what the eye could not. These arcs formed part of a colossal ring, its diameter stretching nearly a kilometer. The pulse's timing matched perfectly with faint vibrations along the arc, as if the ring itself was the source. The submersible traced the arc's edge for several minutes, the metal alternating between smooth stretches and sections etched with the same interlocking symbols seen at the fissure and basin walls. The split circle motif appeared frequently here, always carved deeper than the surrounding lines, as though meant to endure erosion. In one section, a deep fissure split the alloy entirely, revealing a narrow interior channel filled with water that shimmered faintly even without light. The instruments flared when the submersible passed over it, registering a spike identical to those recorded in the distortion columns. The crew paused to deploy a tethered camera into the fissure. It slid down several meters before the feed warped, just as it had in the earlier fissure. But instead of returning to clarity, the image collapsed into pure static. Then, faintly, the sound channel picked up something impossible, a slow rhythmic tapping, not mechanical but hollow, resonating like knuckles on an immense drum. The taps followed no obvious sequence, but their intervals varied subtly, as though responding to something. Before they could analyze it, the pulse changed. What had been steady and patient now quickened, halving its interval until it matched the rhythm of a human heartbeat. The arcs of alloy along the ring began to shimmer, a faint glow crawling outward from the fissure and racing along the circle's edge. In moments, the entire ring was lit, an unbroken halo buried in the seabed. The light brightened until it pressed harsh shadows across the submersible's hull. Then the glow fractured, splitting into dozens of thin beams that shot straight upward, piercing the dark water above. They converged somewhere beyond sight, far higher than the platform's height. Every instrument spiked into unreadable ranges, alarms chattering across the control room. The captain ordered a retreat, but the submersible's movement slowed as though dragging against invisible resistance. When they finally broke free and ascended toward the platform, the beams still burned upward from the ring, and then as suddenly as it began, the light cut out. The seabed went dark. The pulse stopped. All that remained was the faint memory of vibration in their bones, and the lingering question of what, exactly, they had just awakened, or disturbed. The ascent back toward the platform was silent, except for the faint hum of the thrusters, and the occasional creak of the submersible's pressure hull. Every operator watched the sonar and magnetic displays, expecting some residual fluctuation to remain after the sudden collapse of the ring's light. But the instruments showed nothing: flat lines, ambient noise, the deep's default state. The abrupt emptiness was almost more unsettling than the event itself, as though the ocean had wiped the slate clean in one deliberate motion. When the submersible reached the platform again, it found the grooves as inert as when they had first arrived. The metallic lines reflected the craft's lights with cold indifference, their earlier glow erased. The captain ordered a slow circle of the site, recording multiple passes from varying heights, but the sensors returned only routine readings. Still, there was an intangible change in the water, an undercurrent that didn't register on instruments yet, was felt through the subtle lag of movement, and the way light seemed to diffuse differently. While reviewing the tethered camera's interrupted footage from the fissure, the crew noticed something troubling. Just before the image broke into static, a faint outline had appeared in the glow from within, an elongated form, not a solid object, but a distortion in the water itself. It had no clear edges, but it bent the light around it, like the shimmering columns in the chamber. Worse, it had been moving toward the camera, slow and deliberate, when the feed collapsed. No one said it aloud, but the implication was clear. Something was down there, aware of them, and capable of manipulating what they saw. The surface vessel requested updates, its operators noting a faint disturbance on their own deep-water sonar, a broad, slow-moving mass traveling at depth, its path not entirely aligned with the submersible's position. The readings were too diffuse to classify, but its sheer scale matched the kilometer-wide ring they had just observed. The captain hesitated, then ordered a steady ascent toward the surface, citing the need to safeguard the data before risking further contact. Halfway up, the magnetic instruments flickered, not in the sharp spikes they knew, but in a soft rolling wave that passed from stern to bow. The submersible's outer lights dimmed for a fraction of a second, then returned. The wave repeated every 30 seconds, following them upward, yet there was no sign of pursuit on sonar. The sensation was less like being chased, and more like being scanned, layer by layer. By the time the submersible broke the surface, the sky had shifted to a dim pre-dawn grey. Crew on deck hauled the craft aboard quickly, their eyes drawn to the streaks of condensation running along the hull in unusual patterns, spirals and arcs eerily reminiscent of the motifs carved into the trench walls and alloy plates. They evaporated in minutes, leaving no residue, as if they had never existed. In the hours that followed, the data was reviewed in the vessel's control room, cross-referencing the pulse intervals from the ring. The fissure's tapping, and the oscillations in the earlier chambers revealed something unnerving. Each location's rhythm fit perfectly into a single repeating cycle, as if they were all components of one massive synchronized system. The activation of the ring had not been an isolated event. It had triggered a timed response that extended far beyond their immediate surroundings. The captain marked the coordinates of the platform, the ring and the fissure for return expeditions. But there was an unspoken understanding among the crew. They had only brushed against the edge of whatever lay below. The deeper parts, the ones that had stirred but not yet risen, would require more than instruments and steel hulls to face. As the surface vessel turned away from the site, the water closed over it with perfect calm, hiding once again the vast sleeping design beneath. The vessel's charts were spread across the navigation table, their neat grids now overlaid with pulsing markers from the night's data review. The pattern was unmistakable. Every anomaly so far, from the basin to the rotating rings, aligned along a vast arc that curved beneath the seafloor. Following that arc projected a point 27 kilometers northeast of the platform, a sector of ocean mapped only in the vaguest contours. Sonar surveys marked it as a deep depression, but no dives had ever targeted it directly. The decision to go was unanimous. If the cycle's pulse was to be trusted, the next activation could occur within hours. The submersible entered the water just after noon, sunlight fading almost instantly, as the descent took them past the thermocline into chilled blackness. Currents here were sluggish, the water heavy with suspended particles that drifted like ash. Instruments picked up the cycle's rhythm faintly, gentle magnetic rises every 53 seconds, each one a little stronger, as they approached the depression. The pulse felt slower than the ring's rapid heartbeat, as though this site breathed at a different pace. The depression's rim appeared gradually in the forward beams, a steep slope dropping into shadow. The submersible followed its curve downward until the floor came into view, flat, featureless at first, then breaking into a scattered field of shapes. At a distance they looked like boulders, but closer inspection revealed smooth, regular surfaces. Each was a rectangular block of dark alloy, their edges sharp despite the silt clinging to them. Some stood upright, others lay toppled, half buried, yet all shared the same proportions, as though they had been cut and placed with precise intent. In the center of the depression rose a single monolith, far taller than the rest. Its sides were divided into narrow vertical panels, each covered in shallow relief patterns. The familiar split circle motif appeared here too, but flanked by new symbols, interlocking crescents and angular lines that had never been seen at the other sites. The panels shimmered faintly when the submersible's light swept across them, not reflecting but refracting the beams as if the alloy held microscopic layers. Magnetic readings climbed steadily the closer they came, and the pulse grew more pronounced. Then the monolith moved. It was subtle at first, a slight vibration in the panels before a deep fracture split down one face, revealing a seam they hadn't noticed. The seam widened, the two halves parting slowly to expose a hollow interior. Inside, a faint glow shimmered in a spiral motion, climbing like smoke yet never dispersing. The pulse quickened to match the spiral's pace, and the surrounding blocks began to tremble. From beneath the silt, thin metallic rods pushed upward, unfolding like the ribs of some ancient mechanism. They locked into place between the blocks, forming an intricate lattice that encircled the monolith. The glow within brightened, spilling across the lattice in branching channels. Each branch ended in a small recessed sphere identical to the ones glimpsed in the fissure before they vanished. This time, however, the spheres did not retreat. They pulsed in unison, their light perfectly synchronized with the monolith's core. A low hum filled the water, growing deeper until it pressed against the submersible's hull. The captain ordered a perimeter hold, not daring to approach further, but the hum was already carrying outward across the depression. Sediment lifted in spirals from the floor, drawn into slow, deliberate whirlpools around the lattice. The pattern in their movement matched the arcs carved into the basin walls, deliberate, precise, calculated. And then, without warning, a beam of light shot straight upward from the monolith's heart, punching through the water like a solid column. Its intensity was blinding even through filtered lenses, and for a moment the crew could see nothing but white. When their vision cleared, the beam was gone, but the depression was no longer empty. Rows of tall, faceless shapes now stood among the blocks, perfectly still, their forms just indistinct enough to keep the mind from settling on whether they were statues or something else. The shapes did not shift immediately. They stood in perfect rows, each identical in height, their proportions too uniform to be natural. The submersible's lights struggled to define them, edges blurred faintly, as though the water around them was thicker, denser. No facial features were visible, yet there was an unmistakable sense of orientation, every figure angled toward the central monolith. The hum from moments before had faded, replaced by a low, irregular vibration that seemed to come not from the monolith, but from the shapes themselves. The captain kept the submersible at a slow lateral drift, circling for a clearer view. As they moved, the figures revealed subtle differences. Some had long tapering ridges running down their sides, others bore faint lines across their upper sections, reminiscent of the geometric etchings on the trench plates. Every few seconds, one would tilt imperceptibly, as if adjusting its stance, though no actual walking motion was visible. Then, almost imperceptibly, the water temperature dropped by several degrees. Condensation formed inside the submersible's viewports, despite the environmental controls. Instruments registered a magnetic surge unlike any recorded so far, broad, steady, and enveloping. The figures began to shift in unison, their movements slow but deliberate. They stepped, not with the fluid motion of a living creature, but with a segmented precision, like machines obeying a long-forgotten program. Each step brought them closer to the monolith, their alignment tightening as if converging for a singular purpose. The lattice surrounding the monolith pulsed once, sending a ripple of light outward along its branches. When the ripple reached the outermost spheres, the figures froze. The glow in the monolith's core shifted from pale silver to deep amber, casting a muted warmth over the depression. That was when the sound began, not a hum, not a pulse, but a series of hollow, resonant tones. They emerged at perfect intervals, each note rising in pitch before the next began. The vibrations ran through the seafloor, through the water, through the submersible's hull. Analysis software tried to interpret the sequence, but the patterns defied the mathematical models. They weren't random, there was a logic in the intervals, a structure in the repetition, but it followed rules outside of anything human technology recognized. The captain made the call to hold position and continue recording, though the unease in the cabin was palpable. One figure broke from the formation. It did not step toward the monolith, but turned instead toward the submersible. The shift was so deliberate that it left no doubt. It had registered their presence. The others remained still, their attention fixed forward, while this one began to move with the same segmented precision as before, closing the gap slowly. The closer it came, the more the lights revealed. Its surface was not stone or metal, but something in between, matte, unreflective, yet etched with faint, looping lines that spiraled across its form. At 20 meters, the magnetic readings spiked sharply, tripping a minor systems fault. The submersible's starboard camera feed cut to static. The figure stopped, tilting slightly, as though listening. A moment later, it stepped back, returning to its place in the row without a single glance behind. The magnetic surge eased, the camera feed flickered back to life, and the figures resumed their slow synchronized movement toward the monolith. When they reached the base, they formed a perfect circle around it. The amber glow brightened, the spiral inside the monolith, turning faster until it blurred. The hollow tones grew louder, their pitch bending upward, in ways that made the crew's skin prickle. Then, as if reaching an unseen threshold, the glow cut off completely. The figures froze mid-step, every trace of motion gone. The silence that followed was absolute, no hum, no pulse, no residual vibration. And yet the crew could not shake the sense that something had been transmitted, not upward this time, but outward, into the deep where no light or signal could follow. The captain gave the order to ascend, his voice tight but steady, thrusters engaged, pushing the submersible upward from the depression's floor. At first, the climb was uneventful, just the steady rise through water thick with suspended silt. But after 30 meters, the instruments began to behave strangely. Depth readings flickered in quick succession, displaying jumps of tens of meters in both directions. Magnetic sensors showed erratic surges, though nothing visible in the water explained them. The crew turned the cameras back toward the depression, expecting to see the figures still frozen around the monolith. Instead, the central area was empty. The lattice remained in place, the monolith still split down the middle, but the rows of tall shapes were gone, vanished entirely, as though they had never existed. Even the impressions they might have left in the silt had been smoothed over. Sonar swept the area below, searching for any sign of movement. What came back was worse than nothing. It was distorted, as if the sound waves themselves were bending around something unseen. The return showed empty water, yet the patterns in the interference hinted at multiple moving objects, keeping perfect pace with the submersible's ascent. 50 meters higher, the visibility ahead worsened. A faint haze began to form, not from stirred silt, but from something denser, refracting the submersible's lights into soft halos. The effect was familiar. The crew had seen it in the chamber, with the vertical columns, and in the fissure before the feed collapsed. Whatever was in the water now was the same anomaly, and it was rising with them. The captain ordered full ascent speed. The hum of the thrusters deepened, the submersible pushing hard against the heavy resistance of the deep. Yet the haze did not fall away. It thickened, closing in until the beams could only pierce a few meters ahead. Through the shifting brightness, shadows began to appear. They were tall, slender and moving, but their edges wavered constantly, as though their forms were not entirely fixed in place. The crew's breathing quickened inside the cabin. Instruments flashed warnings, minor electrical fluctuations, temporary loss of certain external feeds. The sonar grew worse, the interference now almost total. Then came a new sound, faint at first, then unmistakable. It was the hollow, resonant tone from the depression, but now it echoed irregularly, bouncing from different directions. Each note was followed by a momentary dimming of the submersible's lights, as if the sound was pulling at the power itself. A sudden lurch rocked the craft. No collision, just a sharp drop in buoyancy. For 3 long seconds, the submersible stopped climbing and began to sink. The captain overrode the ballast controls, forcing the craft upward again, but the sinking had been deliberate, not mechanical failure. The shapes in the haze drew closer, their forms now distinct enough to see the faint spirals etched across their surfaces. One passed directly above the forward viewport, before gliding upward out of sight, its movements slow, measured, and disturbingly intentional. Just as abruptly as it had appeared, the haze began to dissolve. The water cleared, the lights regained their reach, and the depth readings stabilized. Whatever had been following them did not break the surface with them. It remained in the deep, letting them go, as if by choice. The vessel's crew on deck noted the submersible's emergence with visible relief, but the tension didn't break. Every operator aboard knew they hadn't simply escaped. They had been released. The submersible was hauled aboard under a sky washed in late afternoon light, but the crew hardly noticed the warmth after hours in the cold black below. The captain ordered the hatch sealed for decontamination, citing the unusual condensation patterns found after the ringside dive. When the inspection began, the hull's outer plating was streaked with the same faint spirals and arcs seen before, but this time they were sharper, more deliberate, as if etched rather than formed by chance. Under magnification, the spirals revealed micro fissures filled with an unknown crystalline residue. It caught the light like frost, yet its structure was unlike any ice, closer to mineral growth, but without any known analogue in seawater chemistry. Samples were collected in airtight containers, the captain insisting they be kept isolated until surface analysis could confirm their stability. Inside the control room, the data from the dive played back in real time. The high-definition imagery of the depression's monolith and its surrounding lattice showed faint details they had missed in the moment. Between the panels on the monolith's face were narrow seams, each etched with patterns so fine they blurred into each other. Frame-by-frame examination revealed that these seams were shifting throughout the event, tiny adjustments in their alignment, as though the monolith were subtly reconfiguring itself, while the figures moved into position. Magnetic and acoustic records revealed even stranger connections. The hollow tones emitted in the depression were not isolated. When the signals were cross-referenced against recordings from the rotating rings, the basin's glowing columns, and the kilometer-wide alloy ring, they fit into the same overarching pattern, each site producing its tones in a specific slot within a larger cycle. The tones from this depression filled a gap in the sequence they hadn't even realized was missing. As the cycle was reconstructed on screen, it became clear that the intervals between tone sequences were not arbitrary. They matched exactly with the delay between the pulse surges felt during the haze encounter on ascent. The implication was chilling. The figures, the monolith, the lattice, they were all components of a system that communicated in a language measured not in words, but in time. The crew's focus shifted to the sonar interference recorded on ascent. The distortion patterns were run through motion simulation software, and slowly, a shape emerged, not a singular object, but a formation. Multiple elongated forms, moving in precise relation to one another, encircled the submersible before letting it go. The precision of their positioning was unmistakable. Whatever they were, they acted with coordination that no drifting current could produce. By evening, the analysis confirmed a detail no one wanted to voice. The crystalline residue, etched into the submersible's hull, contained microscopic channels, each one mirroring the arcs and spirals carved into the seafloor alloy plates at other sites. The residue was not random, it was a marking, deliberately placed, as if to tag the vessel. Whether it was for identification, tracking, or something else entirely, no one could answer. The captain gathered the senior crew in the control room, the low hum of the ship's engines vibrating through the floor. Every site so far, he said, pointing to the mapped arc, hasn't just been a place, it's been a piece of something. The further we go, the more it feels like we're walking a path that was laid out long before we ever came here. His voice dropped, and whatever built it is still out there, Outside, the ocean stretched in every direction, calm and indifferent. But deep below, the pulse of the cycle continued, steady, patient and waiting for the next move. The coordinates for the next predicted site lay another 40 kilometers along the unseen arc, in waters mapped only through long-range sonar sweeps decades ago. Those surveys had recorded an abrupt drop in the seabed's elevation, a trench flanked by jagged escarpments rising like the spines of a submerged mountain range. No ship had lingered here. Charts marked the area simply as hazardous, the details left blank. The vessel reached the drop-off under a sky fading toward night. Searchlights swept over the water's surface, revealing nothing but the slow roll of the swell. The submersible's descent began in silence, its thrusters cutting through currents heavy with drifting organic matter. Within minutes, the walls of the trench came into view, immense sheer faces of black stone, fractured in sharp angles. Some of the fractures were natural, but others bore the unmistakable geometry of deliberate shaping. Halfway down, the sonar picked up a horizontal ledge protruding from one wall. The pilot adjusted course, bringing the craft alongside it. The ledge was far too regular to be geological, stretching in a straight line for over 100 meters. Its surface was studded with upright slabs, each one tilted inward, forming what looked like the remains of a roofless corridor. The slabs were carved with deep reliefs, long flowing curves intersecting in complex knots, their lines occasionally broken by the familiar split circle emblem. Magnetic readings began to climb. The increases came not in pulses this time, but in slow rolling waves that built steadily as they moved deeper into the trench. The corridor's slabs reflected light, oddly, edges flaring sharply, shadows falling, where no surface jutted to cast them. At intervals, the shadows themselves seemed to shift, sliding along the carvings without the light source moving. Past the ledge, the trench floor opened into a cavernous space between the two towering walls. Suspended in its center was a shape the crew could not immediately define. It hung in the water without support, a vast arching frame of alloy that curved into itself in 3 dimensions, like a Mobius loop given depth. Its surface was flawless, yet under the lights, faint patterns swam across it, sliding and twisting as though alive. The moment the submersible entered the space, the water around the frame began to shimmer. The shimmer thickened into a translucent haze, and within it, fragments of light took shape. They were not static. They moved in slow, deliberate trajectories, tracing paths across the surface of the frame. Each path ended in a brief flare before fading into nothing. It was as though the frame were mapping something in real time, its shifting light lines charting routes through dimensions the crew could not see. The readings spiked. Sonar attempted a sweep of the structure, but the return was warped beyond recognition. The outline broke and reformed with every pass, never settling into a consistent shape. Cameras recorded the shifting, but playback failed to match what the crew saw with their own eyes. In the footage, the frame appeared motionless, the haze absent. Then came the sound. It was not the deep hum of the other sights, but a layered resonance, like multiple tones being played in unison from different directions. The sound did not vibrate the hull, it resonated in the air inside the cabin, bypassing the submersible's insulation entirely. It was joined by a faint flickering in the lights, a rhythm that matched the sequence of flares along the frame's surface. The captain ordered a stationary hold. Whatever this sight was, it was active now, and every shift in the light, every note in the resonance, felt as though it was leading toward a moment they could neither anticipate nor stop. The first change was subtle, too subtle for the instruments to flag before the crew noticed it themselves. The resonance inside the cabin began to separate, the layered tones peeling away into distinct channels. Each seemed to originate from a different part of the frame, as though individual segments were speaking independently. The light flares across its surface shifted to match, forming branching paths instead of closed loops. The haze surrounding the frame thickened until the trench walls were little more than shadows beyond it. Currents began to swirl, not with the chaotic motion of disturbed sediment, but in long, deliberate arcs that mirrored the flowing patterns carved into the corridor slabs above. These arcs converged toward the frame, spiraling into its center before vanishing. Then, without warning, one section of the frame's surface pushed outward, not mechanically, but as if the metal itself had swelled and reshaped. The protrusion flattened into a perfect oval, its edges faintly glowing. Inside the oval, the haze condensed into a scene, a perfect three-dimensional projection of the trench as it appeared from above. Only this was not the current trench. The image showed structures standing along its walls, bridges spanning from side to side, terraces cut deep into the rock, and faint pinpoints of light moving along them. The crew exchanged glances, each silently grappling with the same realization. This was no sonar reconstruction, no fabricated simulation. The scene had depth, atmosphere, even the shimmer of heat over certain surfaces. It was as though they were looking into another moment entirely. Whether past, present, or future, none could say. The projection shifted. The points of light moving along the terraces stopped, turning toward the frame as if aware of being observed. They were too distant to resolve clearly, but their motion was unmistakably deliberate. The lights dimmed one by one, leaving the terraces in darkness. A moment later, the projection blinked out, replaced by the unbroken alloy surface. The frame began to rotate, slowly at first, then with increasing momentum. It turned in on itself without ever losing its impossible geometry. Each rotation sent a wave of distortion outward, making the water flex and bend like a lens. The submersible's readings went wild, depth fluctuating by hundreds of meters, water density spiking and dropping in seconds. A metallic tang filled the air inside the cabin, metallic yet organic, like the scent before a lightning strike. Then came a sound unlike any they had heard at the previous sites. A single drawn-out tone impossibly deep, that seemed to carry weight. The crew felt it in their bones, a pressure that compressed thought into raw sensation. The frame's surface flared blinding white for an instant before subsiding into a steady glow. In that light, shadows appeared in the haze, tall, indistinct shapes, motionless at first but slowly drifting closer. They kept their distance, orbiting the frame in long arcs, never crossing into its center. Their silhouettes seemed to warp as they moved, one moment narrow and spined, the next broad and angular, as though their forms could not hold to a single state. The resonance in the cabin began to match the rhythm of their orbit. Every time one passed directly behind the frame, the tone deepened fractionally, the glow across the alloy surface rippling outward. With each pass the ripples reached further, until they touched the submersible's hull. When they did, the lights in the cabin flickered, not with a mechanical fault, but as though something had moved between the crew and the electricity itself. The captain's order to retreat was calm but absolute. The pilot turned the craft, thrusters spooling to full, yet the sensation of being observed did not fade. Even as the haze thinned and the frame receded into darkness, the crew could feel the rhythm lingering, an unshakable pulse in the water and in themselves, as if the sight had marked them the way the crystalline spirals had before. The ascent from the trench began without resistance. Thrusters pushed the submersible upward along the sheer black walls, the frame's glow fading behind them, yet the sense of movement from below did not cease. On the sonar display, faint distortions followed just outside the range where resolution could define them. They didn't climb directly, but spiraled upward, maintaining the same slow rhythm they'd observed around the frame. Halfway to the surface, the trench walls fell away into open water. Visibility improved, but the shadows on the sonar held position, perfectly matching their speed. The crew tried a lateral shift, banking away from the direct ascent path, but the distortions mirrored every turn, as if tethered by some invisible line. Then, a single distortion surged ahead of the others. It cut across the submersible's path, passing so close that the forward lights dimmed for a fraction of a second. Through the viewport, nothing could be seen but the shimmer of refracted water. It was less like an object moving past, and more like the water itself had momentarily folded in on its own space. The pilot increased ascent speed. The surface was now less than 200 meters away when the interference began. First came the magnetic surges, brief spikes that rolled through the control panels like faint static. Then the resonance returned, low and drawn out, just on the edge of hearing. It was weaker than inside the trench, but still enough to vibrate the glass of the viewport in a fine tremor. At 100 meters, a wall of haze materialized ahead. It was identical to what had surrounded them at the depression site, a dense, light-scattering veil that distorted the world beyond into shifting smears. The thrusters strained against a sudden drag in the water, as though the submersible were pushing into an unseen current. The captain ordered ballast adjustment to aid the climb, but the readings remained locked, depth indicators frozen at 90 meters, despite the visible movement of the ascent. Through the haze, shapes began to form. They were not the tall vertical silhouettes from the other site. These were longer, sleeker, their movements sinuous, gliding in slow arcs that intersected without colliding. Their outlines never fully resolved, but each turn revealed a flash of pale light along their sides, like reflections on a metallic surface, except the water around them absorbed rather than reflected the glow. The resonance shifted in pitch. It was no longer a single tone but a sequence, rising and falling in perfect intervals. The shapes reacted to it, altering their orbits until they were circling the submersible directly. Their paths were tight, controlled, each one closing the gap in small, deliberate increments. Inside the cabin, the air felt heavy, pressing into their lungs as though the water outside had pushed through unseen cracks. Communication with the surface cut to static. The only sound was the sequence of tones, each one vibrating through the hull like a physical touch. The crystalline spirals etched into the submersible at the depression site came to mind, marks left behind by contact. Just when the encirclement felt complete, the tones ceased. The shapes stopped moving. The haze began to thin, dispersing in soft ribbons that drifted upward and away. Without it, the open water above was clear again, the faint blue of surface light shimmering down. The submersible broke through into daylight moments later. On deck, the crew wasted no time hauling it aboard, but no one cheered. The hull bore no new marks this time, no visible residue, yet the captain insisted on sealing it for inspection. Something about the encounter, its precision, its restraint, felt less like a warning and more like an assessment. The inspection team approached the submersible under the same strict containment protocols used after the depression site, though this time the hull appeared clean. Floodlights washed over the craft's plating, revealing only the faint scarring left by routine dives. Yet under angled ultraviolet light, patterns began to emerge, ghost-like spirals so faint they seemed to vanish, if stared at directly. Unlike the crystalline etchings from before, these were not raised or cut into the surface. They were imprints, as if the hull had briefly absorbed the shape of something and then released it. Samples were impossible to collect. Every attempt to lift a trace with adhesive failed, the patterns dissolving into nothing under contact. Imaging captured them in irregular sequences along the hull, clusters of spirals interspersed with narrow arcs that connected them like the branching of a root system. When overlaid digitally, the arcs aligned to form a loose network, eerily similar to the alloy conduits seen at the earlier sites. In the control room, analysis of the trench dive's recordings revealed a deeper connection. The shifting lights on the Mobius-like frame weren't random. They corresponded to the exact movement patterns of the shapes that had surrounded the submersible during ascent. Every path traced along the frame's surface matched an arc in the sonar distortions. The implication was clear. The frame wasn't just a structure, it was a kind of relay transmitting movements from entities in the water into visible patterns on its skin. Even more unsettling was the tone sequence. When plotted against the resonance cycles from the other sites, the trench tones didn't simply add to the larger pattern, they altered it. The sequence from this site acted like a modulation, shifting the timing of the entire cycle by a fraction of a second. That shift propagated through the recordings from every previous dive, retroactively changing their intervals, as if the tones were somehow linked across time. The ship's systems engineer raised a troubling point. If the resonance could propagate backwards through recorded signals, then any playback of those signals could in theory trigger changes again. It meant their archives weren't static records, but active participants in whatever network they'd stumbled into. Meanwhile, the ultraviolet patterns on the submersible's hull continued to fade, thinning until they were barely discernible. Before they vanished completely, one of the technicians noticed a peculiar alignment. When viewed from the aft quarter under the light, the arcs and spirals formed the same split circle emblem carved into the trench's corridor slabs. No one could determine whether it was intentional or a byproduct of random alignment, but the sight left the room silent. By nightfall, the captain called a meeting with senior staff in the dimly lit chart room. The mapped arc of sites was spread across the table, each marked with its coordinates, and a symbol representing its unique tone sequence. The trench site, now added, shifted the arc's trajectory slightly, bending it toward an area of the seafloor even less charted than the waters they had just left. No public record existed of dives there, no shipping routes crossed it, and no surveys ventured near. The captain's voice was low but certain. Every site so far has felt like part of a circuit. This one was a junction. It didn't just connect to the others, it changed them. The decision was unanimous. They would follow the arc to its next point, knowing full well that each step tightened whatever net they had already stepped into. Above deck, the ocean stretched calm under the stars, but in the deep, something had shifted, and the crew could feel it in the quiet between each passing wave. The next coordinate sat like a ghost on the chart. No depth contours, no seabed profiles, no navigation warnings. The oldest maritime records simply omitted the area entirely, as though no one had sailed close enough to mark it. Weather satellite archives showed nothing remarkable, calm seas most of the year, rare storms passing wide. But to the crew, the absence itself was reason enough for unease. Approaching under a moonless sky, the vessel's lights carved narrow paths across water, as smooth as glass. Even the swell was muted, the surface shifting only in slow, languid undulations. The captain ordered a full perimeter scan before committing to a dive. Sonar returned a blank sheet at first, then at extreme gain, revealed something, a hollow depression nearly circular, spanning 5 kilometers across. Its floor lay beyond the submersible's rated depth, yet the edges sloped down in long, unnaturally smooth curves. The descent began at dawn. Shafts of pale light filtered down through the first 100 meters before dissolving into a uniform greenish gloom. The water was unnervingly clear, visibility stretching further than any dive so far, yet there were no fish, no drifting plankton, no movement at all. The submersible's floodlights reached the slope, revealing its surface to be neither stone nor sediment, but a dense glassy substance with a faint metallic sheen. It was smooth under the lights, but where the beams caught at an angle, faint ridges appeared, concentric arcs radiating from the depression's center. As they moved deeper, the arcs became more pronounced. Each was etched with repeating motifs, split circles, spirals, and branching lines that matched patterns from earlier sites. The arcs weren't level, they slanted subtly inward, as if the entire slope was a single massive bowl. At 500 meters down, the slope ended abruptly, at a sheer drop. The submersible hovered at the edge, light straining to pierce the darkness below. Far beneath, faint glimmers traced through the water, not rising or falling, but moving laterally, forming slow sweeping loops. They looked like schools of bioluminescent creatures from a distance, but their motion was too precise, each loop returning to the exact same path as before. Magnetic sensors began to register fluctuations, steady, deliberate, pulsing in time with the loops. The captain ordered a descent into the basin. The walls of the drop were covered in the same glassy substance, the ridges now thicker, deeper, forming wide terraces that spiraled downward like the threads of a screw. At 800 meters, they reached the basin floor. It was vast and flat, marked only by a single raised structure in the center. The structure's shape was unsettling, a perfect sphere, about 20 meters in diameter, resting on 3 narrow supports. Its surface was black and featureless, yet the light seemed to curve oddly as it slid across it, bending toward its center rather than away. The crew held position, scanning the sphere. Every instrument reported something different. Sonar showed it as hollow, magnetic readings suggested it was solid alloy, and acoustic pings passed through as if it wasn't there at all. Then, without warning, the glimmers they'd seen earlier began to converge on the basin floor. They streamed in from every direction, each following a spiral path that tightened as it approached the sphere. The lights did not reflect off its surface. Instead, they vanished into it, leaving no trace. For a long moment, the only movement was the last of the glimmers disappearing. Then from deep within the sphere, a single point of pale light appeared. It pulsed once, twice, then split into 2 points, both moving apart along the sphere's surface in opposite directions. The resonance followed, low, rolling and endless, carrying through the hull as if the sound were not in the water but inside the metal itself. The crew exchanged tense glances. Whatever the sphere was, it had just noticed them. The 2 points of light circled the sphere slowly, their glow faint yet sharp against the black surface. As they moved, the curve of light bending across the sphere's skin intensified, distorting the surrounding water into rippling waves that the submersible's stabilizers struggled to counter. The magnetic readings spiked, not chaotically, but in a smooth climb that mirrored the pace of the lights. When the 2 points met on the far side, they merged into a single brighter flare. The flare pulsed 3 times, each pulse deeper in tone than the last, before shooting vertically upward in a straight line. It did not fade with distance. Instead, it vanished abruptly at a point in the water, as if it had entered an invisible plane. The submersible's floodlights flickered, the cabin momentarily dimming to a muted red as auxiliary systems caught the voltage drop. In that instant, something appeared between the crew and the sphere, a distortion, faint at first, like heat shimmer above asphalt. It thickened, resolving into a translucent layer that completely encased the sphere and its supports. The layer was not smooth, it rippled, its surface laced with constantly shifting hexagonal patterns that reminded the crew of honeycomb, except each cell was alive with motion. A hum began, distinct from the resonance, a higher pitch, mechanical in cadence, as though some vast mechanism had engaged. The patterns across the layer synchronized, flowing outward from the sphere in concentric waves. Each wave struck the basin floor and vanished into the glassy surface, setting off faint ripples in the ridges of the arcs above. The pilot shifted the submersible closer, keeping a steady lateral distance. As they did, the hexagonal cells nearest their approach stretched, reorienting themselves toward the craft. The light inside them brightened. Then, as if acting on a cue, a dozen cells detached from the layer entirely, drifting free into the water. They moved like organisms, no thrusters, no propulsion, but always in purposeful arcs. The cells were no larger than a hand, yet as they passed near the submersible's hull, the magnetic readings surged in precise spikes, and faint ultraviolet markings flashed briefly on the plating before fading. The captain ordered a halt. The cells orbited the craft twice before returning to the sphere, fusing seamlessly back into the layer without a trace of separation. It was then that the low resonance changed. Instead of a single sustained note, it broke into intervals, 5 long pulses, then silence, then 5 more. The crew quickly cross-referenced this with the tone sequences from other sites, and the match was immediate. This was the same numerical structure they'd heard from the kilometer-wide ring, but slowed to less than half the speed. Before they could finish logging the cycle, the single point of light reappeared on the sphere's surface. This time it split into 4, each one tracing a quadrant of the sphere before converging at the top. When they met, the entire surface flared, not blinding, but deep, like light filtered through miles of water. The glow seeped into the basin floor, racing outward along the etched arcs until it disappeared over the basin's edge. The submersible's sonar detected movement above. Something vast was crossing the open water beyond the drop-off, its path a perfect circle around the basin. The speed was slow, deliberate, and constant, as if whatever it was had been waiting for this activation before beginning its course. The captain's order was firm: hold position and observe. The crew knew leaving now might mean never learning what would happen next, and after all they had seen, none could turn away. The sonar trace above the basin thickened until it was no longer a single arc, but a broad band, as if multiple objects, or a single colossal one, were circling in perfect unison. The water inside the basin began to respond, though there was no visible current. Instead, the crew felt it, a subtle rhythmic pressure, like the faint pull and release of a tide, compressed into seconds. The sphere's glow deepened. It was no longer just light, it carried depth, a strange weight that seemed to draw the gaze inward. The patterns in the layer shifted again, but this time they didn't simply ripple outward. They began to fold. Cells collapsed into each other, merging into larger, slower-moving geometries, until the entire layer resembled a lattice of interlocking rings. The rings rotated independently, their motion hypnotic, each turn matched by a shift in the basin's faint magnetic field. From the drop-off above, a shadow appeared. At first it was amorphous, a mass without edges, but as it descended the form resolved into something both alien and mechanical, an immense arch-like structure, its span easily wide enough to bridge the basin. It moved not with thrusters or propulsion, but by slow, deliberate descent, its hollow center framing the black sphere perfectly as it aligned. The moment it reached the basin floor, the lattice around the sphere responded. The rings froze mid-turn, then, one by one, they rotated backward, as though reversing some hidden process. Each backward turn released a faint flash from the sphere, and with each flash, the arch's surface lit up in sweeping bands of dull silver light. The crew realized the arch wasn't solid. It was composed of hundreds of vertical panels, each a separate segment, linked by invisible joints. A tone began to rise. It was faint at first, almost lost beneath the resonance, but grew steadily into a layered chord. The panels on the arch responded, sliding fractionally open to reveal narrow channels within. Something inside those channels shimmered, not liquid, not gas, but an undulating medium that distorted light like heat waves over stone. The shimmer spread. It crossed from panel to panel, wrapping the arch in a seamless layer that mirrored the lattice around the sphere. And then, impossibly, the two structures began to connect, not physically, but through the water itself. The glow from the sphere's surface flowed upward, along invisible threads, drawn into the arch's inner span until the whole structure seemed suspended in a haze of shifting light. The sonar trace above fractured. Whatever had been circling outside the basin broke formation. Multiple smaller returns streamed inward toward the drop-off, their approach deliberate but swift. The crew counted at least 8, possibly more. They didn't descend immediately. Instead, they took positions along the basin's edge, each holding perfectly still, as though awaiting some signal. The lattice around the sphere began to spin again, but now in sync with the arch above. The motion was smoother, slower, like a giant clock's mechanism turning through a final calibration. The 8 returns on the sonar descended in unison. The lights of the submersible caught the faintest outline of their forms, long segmented, with faint arcs of luminescence running their length. They halted halfway down, surrounding the sphere and arch in a perfect octagon. The resonance shifted into a rising scale, each note building tension without release. The crew leaned toward their monitors, hearts pounding, as the 8th note rang, and held, and then without warning, the lights in the basin went out, not dimmed, gone. Darkness held for far longer than anyone expected. Even the submersible's own light seemed to bleed into it, swallowed before they could touch the basin floor. The crew sat frozen, aware that sonar still showed the 8 shapes surrounding them, each holding its exact position, unmoving. The resonance had ceased entirely, leaving the cabin in a silence so heavy it felt tangible. Then, from somewhere deep within that black, a single pinprick of light appeared. It was not from the sphere or the arch. It hung above them far past the drop-off, motionless. A second pin appeared beside it, then a third, forming a triangle. More followed, slowly arranging themselves into patterns, each pattern distinct but fleeting, shifting like constellations drifting across an alien sky. The crew realized with a jolt that these points were not above, they were reflections. Something vast had formed around the basin, its surface mirroring light from somewhere beyond their perception. The patterns moved in perfect synchronization with the 8 shapes at the basin's edge, as though each one projected its own section of the display. Below, the sphere flared back into view. Its surface now held no glow, no lattice, only a perfectly clear reflection of the arch above. And in that reflection, there was something else, a depth that could not possibly exist in the physical space it mirrored. The arch's span seemed to stretch into infinity, its panels repeating endlessly, until the eye lost track of the original frame. A sound returned, but it was not resonance this time. It was faint, almost like breathing, slow, measured, and impossibly large. The water around the submersible responded to each inhale and exhale with a subtle shift in pressure, pulling them fractionally toward the sphere, then releasing them. The 8 surrounding shapes began to move, not toward the sphere, but upward, spiraling into the darkness above the basin. As they rose, their luminescent arcs dimmed, one by one, until they were only silhouettes fading into black. The points of light in the reflective sky shifted, compressing into a single column directly over the sphere. When the last of the 8 vanished, the arch and the sphere reacted in unison. The arch's panels folded inward, collapsing its span into a narrow column that descended slowly toward the sphere. The sphere in turn began to dissolve, not breaking apart, but thinning, its black surface becoming translucent, until it revealed a hollow interior. Inside was not machinery, nor liquid, but a swirling void that gave the impression of immense distance, as though one could fall into it forever. The column met the sphere's hollow surface with no impact. Instead, the two merged, light flowing between them in both directions until the distinction vanished entirely. The combined structure pulsed once, so violently that the water itself seemed to flinch, before sending a final wave of light racing outward along the basin floor. The wave hit the etched arcs, which responded by glowing in sequence, each ring illuminating and then fading as the signal traveled outward toward the drop-off. When it reached the edge, it didn't stop. The glow climbed the walls of the basin, running up the terraces in a spiral until it breached the rim and spilled into the open water beyond. The sonar erupted with new returns. Hundreds of shapes appeared, each different in size and form, but all moving toward the basin. The captain's voice was tight, decisive. "We're leaving, now." As the submersible rose, the basin below shrank into shadow, but the glow in the surrounding water followed them, climbing, chasing, as though whatever had been dormant here was now fully awake. The surface greeted them with a horizon that no longer looked natural. What had been a clear star-pinned night, when they dove, was now split by a faint glow bleeding upward from the sea itself. It wasn't localized to the basin. They could see it stretching in soft arcs far beyond the dive site, a pale lattice climbing into the clouds, before fading into the dark. The air smelled different, not briny and clean, but metallic, charged as though lightning had passed close enough to leave its taste behind. Crew members on deck stood silent, watching the glow pulse faintly in time with something too deep to see. The captain ordered full power to the main engines, but the water resisted, not like a current, more like the ship was moving through a thicker medium. In the wheelhouse, navigational systems began behaving oddly. The GPS coordinates flickered, jumping between their actual position and points scattered across the ocean. Magnetic compasses rolled erratically before locking on a heading that didn't match true north. The engineer muttered that the interference wasn't just environmental. It felt as though the systems were responding to a command they hadn't given. Minutes into their departure, the glow beneath the water began to move. It rolled toward them in a slow, deliberate swell, not like a wave but a displacement, the surface lifting in smooth curves that traveled without breaking. Through binoculars, the crew saw faint shadows moving inside the swell, keeping perfect pace with the ship. They weren't fish, and they weren't mechanical. Each shadow moved with a segmented rhythm, arcs of light along their lengths just visible through the glow. The captain ordered sonar active. The returns confirmed their worst suspicion. The hundreds of shapes they'd seen on the basin scans were now spread out across the open water, forming a vast shifting ring around the vessel. They didn't close in, they maintained distance, their movement perfectly synchronized with the ship's speed and heading. The glow beneath intensified. For the first time, the crew noticed it wasn't uniform. It was a pattern, vast and geometric, echoing the arcs and spirals etched into the basin floor. As it spread outward, the pattern curved toward the horizon, giving the illusion of impossible scale. as if the ocean itself had been overlaid with a hidden blueprint. In the engine room, power output dropped suddenly by 12%, though no faults registered. The engineer swore under his breath, increasing throttle, but the numbers wouldn't climb. Whatever they'd brought back from the basin, or whatever had followed them, was interfering with the ship's core systems as easily as it had the submersibles. Then came the sound. It rose from the water in a vibration too low for comfort, shaking the hull like a distant quake. The crew recognized it instantly. It was the same slow, deliberate breathing they'd heard in the basin, but now amplified, surrounding them on all sides. The sound had weight. It settled into their bones, made the deck feel less stable underfoot. One of the lookouts shouted from the bow. Out ahead, where the glow met the horizon, a vertical shape was rising from the water. At first it looked like a tower of light, but as it grew taller, its edges sharpened into lines, too precise to be natural, too immense to be human-made. The surface water fell away from it in sheets, revealing a structure of black alloy streaked with faint luminescence. It kept rising, higher than the ship's tallest mast, higher than the reach of their floodlights, until its top vanished into the mist. The glow from below intensified, racing toward it in pulses, and the crew realized this was no random manifestation. It was an anchor point, and it had been waiting for the signal from the basin. The captain gripped the chart table, his voice low but steady. "We didn't just wake something up down there, we turned on the rest of it." The structure loomed impossibly still, as though the ocean itself deferred to its presence. Sheets of water cascaded down its sides in shimmering veils, each one catching fragments of the glow racing upward from the depths. The black alloy was not smooth. It was covered in countless shallow indentations, each forming a perfect hexagon. From a distance they appeared static, but through the ship's magnified optics, the crew could see they were subtly shifting, like scales breathing in slow rhythm. Then, without warning, the glow from below reached the base. The entire structure responded in a single coordinated movement. The hexagons inverted, each one folding inward to reveal a thin channel of liquid light beneath. The effect rippled upward in a spiraling wave until it vanished into the mist at the structure's summit. Seconds later, a column of pale light erupted from its peak, not shooting into the sky but bending outward and downward, vanishing beyond the horizon. The ship's sensors spiked wildly. Every frequency band registered activity, magnetic, acoustic, thermal, each peaking in staggered intervals, as if transmitting an encoded sequence. The navigation monitors flickered, briefly overlaying their own position with a ghost image of the basin they had just left, as though the two locations had become layered in the same space. The water around the ship began to change. The glow beneath fractured into countless streams, each one radiating away from the structure toward the shapes still encircling the vessel. As the streams reached them, the shapes altered course, breaking the perfect ring formation to follow the lines outward. For the first time since surfacing, the ship was no longer surrounded, yet the sense of being observed only deepened. From the port side, a deep, resonant thud rolled through the water, vibrating the hull. Crew scrambled to the rails in time to see something breach the surface, not fully, but enough to reveal a sweeping arc of black metal, identical in texture to the towering structure. It curved back into the water before they could gauge its full size, sending a slow-moving wake toward the ship. The captain ordered engines at maximum safe output. The ship responded sluggishly, like it was still pushing through that strange thickened medium, but the bow began to pull away from the glowing water lines. They hadn't gone more than a few hundred meters before the column of light at the structure's summit shifted again. Its beam now swung in a slow, deliberate sweep, tracing across the water like a searchlight. When the beam passed over the ship, the deck was drenched in a cold luminescence that penetrated clothing and skin. Every metal surface, from railings to rivets, emitted a faint ringing hum. Several crew members staggered, clutching at their heads, describing flashes of geometric patterns behind their closed eyes, spirals folding into lattices, lattices twisting into endless corridors, corridors that felt both subterranean and oceanic. The light moved on, but the hum lingered. Instruments in the wheelhouse began to reboot themselves without input, displaying streams of symbols no one could identify. The radio crackled with bursts of static that, when slowed on playback, formed the same 5-pulse sequence heard in the basin. Then the structure emitted a new sound, higher than the resonance, sharper than the breathing. It was a note that seemed to cut through the air itself, leaving behind a ringing silence that pressed into the ears. In its wake, the mist above the summit thinned, revealing not a solid top, but an open aperture from which a secondary narrow beam of light shot directly down into the water. That beam was not static. It pulsed, and with each pulse, the ocean's surface within a kilometer radius depressed fractionally, as though something massive below was drawing it inward. The crew watched in tense silence as the depression deepened, the water visibly shifting toward a central point. The captain didn't need to give the order this time. Every hand knew they had to put distance between themselves and whatever was about to emerge. The sea's surface caved inward in a slow, steady spiral, pulling the surrounding water into a single dark center. The glow from beneath didn't fade. It concentrated, winding tighter as it descended into the depression, like the filament of some enormous, unseen whirlpool. The ship strained against the growing pull. Even at full power, its progress away from the phenomenon was sluggish. Every meter hard won, from the center of the depression, something began to rise. At first it was only a shimmer, distorted water bending light around it. But soon its edges sharpened into lines too precise to be natural. The form broke the surface without a splash, its movement unnervingly quiet. It was a dome, nearly the size of the basin they had just explored. The dome's surface matched the black alloy of the towering structure, but here it was perfectly smooth. No hexagons, no panels. As more of it emerged, its scale became undeniable. This wasn't a single construction, but the crown of something much larger, still buried beneath the ocean. The pulsing beam from the tower above locked onto the dome's apex, flooding it with white light. At the point of contact, the surface became translucent, revealing a deep, internal chamber. The crew could see only fragments through the distortion, towering columns, shifting shadows, and a slow, deliberate movement that suggested something inside was adjusting to the intrusion. Then came the sound. Not resonance, not breathing. This was different. It was layered, thousands of voices at once, speaking in a cadence that repeated with mathematical precision. The language was unrecognizable, but its rhythm was deliberate, like a command sequence being read aloud. The dome responded. Faint lines traced themselves across its surface, curving outward from the illuminated apex, until they reached the waterline. Each line split into branches, forming a complex network that glowed faintly, as if the entire dome was now part of the larger pattern the crew had seen spreading across the sea earlier. The ship's hull vibrated under a new force, an oscillation that wasn't coming from the water, but from within the metal itself, as if the structure below was resonating with its very frame. Instruments began to fail one by one, first sonar, then radar, then GPS, each shutting down with a final pulse of static. Only the analog compass remained functional, and even it wavered erratically before locking north, true north, not the false heading from before. Through the deck binoculars, one of the crew spotted movement along the base of the dome, deep underwater. Shapes detached themselves from the structure and began ascending, not in a rush, but in perfect synchronized arcs. The arcs were lit from within, each segment flashing in sequence until the shape's form became visible, elongated, segmented constructs similar to those they'd seen at the basin, but larger, 3 times the size, their movements smoother, more deliberate. 8 of them emerged, forming a ring around the dome. They held position for only a few seconds before releasing narrow streams of light toward its surface. The streams converged at the illuminated apex, where they folded into the beam from the tower. For an instant, the light flared so brightly that it reflected off the low clouds above, casting ghostly patterns across the ship's deck. Then the water moved again, not in waves, but in a rising swell that encircled the entire scene. The swell rolled outward, away from the dome and the ship alike, as though pushing everything else back. The pull on the ship lessened immediately, and the engines surged against the water, finally gaining speed. But as they pulled away, the crew saw the beam from the tower narrowing, intensifying, and driving deeper into the dome's core. Something inside was answering, its outline just beginning to form in the shifting light, when the captain made the call to cut visual contact and focus on escape. They had no way of knowing if turning away would save them, or simply ensure they'd never understand what they'd just awakened. Engines roared as the ship pushed through the dark, thickened water, but no one on deck looked entirely away from what was happening behind them. Even without binoculars, the towering structure and the emerging dome remained visible against the night, two black silhouettes crowned by shifting light that bent the sky into unnatural gradients. The beam linking them had narrowed to a perfect column, so sharp-edged it looked solid, like a glass rod driven into the ocean's skin. Through the mist, flashes pulsed within the dome's translucent apex. At first they seemed random, but the crew who had studied the basin's symbols recognized the same spirals and arcs they'd seen carved into the stone, now alive, moving, turning inwards toward a single point. Whatever the light was striking inside, it was reacting as if the signal was not a message, but a key. The water around the dome began to sink again, though this time there was no spiral. It was a clean, steady drop, the surface lowering evenly in a wide ring as if the ocean itself were being pressed down by an invisible hand. Beneath the lowering waterline, new details emerged, sections of the dome's base that extended outward into geometric arms, each arm ending in a vertical pillar that mirrored the design of the massive tower above. The 8 large constructs surrounding the dome descended, their arcs of light dimming until only their silhouettes remained visible in the glow below. They vanished into the gaps between the pillars. Seconds later, the glow within the dome's apex flared brighter than at any point before, and a shockwave of sound tore through the water. It wasn't a blast, it was a deep, resonant chord, layered and immense, that rattled every plate and bolt in the ship. Every electronic system aboard went dark. Floodlights snapped off, navigation screens died, and even the emergency beacons went silent. Only the sound remained, holding steady, vibrating in the air like a physical presence. Crew members clutched railings, some covering their ears, but the vibration was in their bones, bypassing flesh entirely. Then the light in the apex collapsed inward, as though it had been sucked into a single point. The beam from the tower snapped off, plunging the horizon into darkness. For a heartbeat, the world was silent, empty, and then movement. From the point where the beam had struck, a shape rose inside the dome. At first it seemed formless, a distortion in the air and water, but it solidified with impossible speed. A vertical structure emerged, slender, spined and taller than the dome itself. Segments unfolded along its length, each lined with interlocking panels that caught faint light and sent it scattering in strange fractal patterns. The panels shifted as though breathing, and each shift seemed to alter the water pressure miles away, tugging at the ship even as it fled. The spined structure reached full height, then angled one segmented arm toward the sky. A sound followed, soft, almost gentle, yet carrying the weight of the ocean with it. The clouds above tore apart in spirals, revealing not the moon or stars, but a dark void ringed with the faintest blue shimmer. The captain didn't speak. He simply motioned for every eye to turn forward. In the distance, the faint line of their wake was already breaking apart, disrupted by something beneath them moving faster than the ship itself. The engineer swore under his breath, an old habit when systems failed, but this time no one reassured him. Because now they all understood the truth they'd been avoiding. They had not escaped the basin had followed them. The wake behind the ship no longer behaved like seawater. Instead of the steady, foaming churn they expected from the propellers, the surface fractured into long, parallel seams, thin channels of perfectly calm water, alternating with shimmering strips that rippled without wind. Those shimmering strips carried the same faint arcs of light they had seen etched into the basin floor, as if the ocean had been imprinted with the pattern and was now carrying it forward in their path. The radar flickered back to life for a moment, before failing again. But in that brief window it showed something impossible. The pattern in the water extended for miles behind them, a sprawling network of lines and curves that grew more complex the farther it reached. It wasn't a wake, it was a map unfurling across the sea. Beneath the hull, the low vibration returned, not constant this time, but in rhythmic pulses. Each pulse caused the seams in the water to shift slightly, sliding closer together, as though tightening toward a single form. In the wheelhouse, the captain kept one eye on the failing compass, and the other on the growing unease of his crew. They were trained for storms, for machinery failure, even for hostile waters, but nothing in their experience had prepared them for an ocean rearranging itself in their wake. Then the sea ahead began to change. It was subtle at first, waves flattening, the wind dying, but within minutes, they were sailing into a corridor of glassy water, its surface reflecting the sky with such clarity, it was disorienting. The boundary of this corridor was marked by twin walls of disturbed sea, each rising half a meter higher than the calm path between them. Through binoculars, those walls weren't waves at all. They were masses of tiny suspended particles glowing faintly, each one drifting but never crossing into the still water of the corridor. The particles seemed to pulse in time with the vibrations beneath the hull, creating the impression of a living boundary keeping the ship exactly where it was meant to be. The lookout at the bow reported movement far ahead. Something was breaking the perfect mirror of the water's surface. Not a ship, not debris, but a low, continuous rise, like the first sign of a distant reef. The charts showed nothing in that position. They were in deep, open water. Yet the shape continued to grow, its edges hardening into an unnatural symmetry as they approached. It became clear it wasn't a reef, it was a platform. The structure was perfectly circular, its surface dark and metallic, its edge defined by a ring of vertical spines that turned slowly, each capped with a faint point of light. In the center of the platform, a depression held water that did not match the surrounding sea. It was darker, heavier, as though pulled from some far deeper place. The corridor of still water led directly toward it. The captain spun the wheel, ordering a hard turn to starboard, but the ship resisted. The rudder responded mechanically, yet the bow didn't shift more than a few degrees before sliding back to its original heading. It was as if the water itself had locked them into the corridor. From the platform, one of the vertical spines lowered toward the sea, sending a ripple across the corridor's surface. When it reached the halfway point between them, the ripple slowed and stopped entirely, hanging in place like a frozen wave. The frozen curve of water refracted the faint arcs of light beneath it, scattering them across the deck in shifting, lattice-like shadows. No one spoke. Even the usual background hum of the ship seemed quieter, muffled beneath the pressure of something vast and unseen waiting ahead. And somewhere deep beneath the keel, the pulses in the water grew faster. The frozen wave between the ship and the platform dissolved in an instant, collapsing into a surge that pushed them forward without increasing engine power. The crew stumbled at the sudden acceleration, but the hull remained steady, as though it were gliding on rails beneath the surface. The spines around the platform rotated faster, their faint points of light brightening until each emitted a narrow beam into the sky. The beams bent inward above the platform, converging to form a perfect circle of light, suspended in the air like a halo. Beneath it, the central depression in the platform began to stir. The dark water inside shifted unnaturally, not rippling but folding, each layer peeling back to reveal another beneath it. What lay below was not ocean, it was something else entirely, a surface that shimmered like molten glass, reflecting nothing of the ship or the sky above. As they closed the gap, the air grew heavy, breathing became a conscious effort, as if the atmosphere itself thickened with each meter gained. The ship's instruments flickered erratically, some displaying nonsensical readouts, depth gauges insisting they were thousands of meters below sea level, thermometers registering sudden drops into freezing temperatures, despite the mild night air. Then they reached the edge of the platform. There was no sound of impact, no grinding of hull on metal, just a subtle shift in motion, the sensation of the ship being caught and held. The engines continued to turn, but they were no longer pushing against water. It felt instead like they were hovering, perfectly balanced above an unseen foundation. The halo overhead pulsed once, sending a thin column of light down into the pool. The liquid glass inside rippled in response, its surface fracturing into concentric rings that spun faster with each pulse from above. Through the breaks in the surface, glimpses of depth appeared, not depth in the way a diver might see it, but an impossible drop into a place where scale meant nothing. The light seemed to fall forever, yet the edges of the pool remained clearly defined, as if this depth had no physical relation to the platform at all. One of the crew gasped. Something was rising through that depth. It was not a shape in the conventional sense, more like a shifting silhouette, too fluid to be mechanical, too precise to be alive. It twisted in smooth arcs, each turn bringing surfaces into view that caught the column of light and refracted it into prismatic bursts. The longer it ascended, the more its scale became apparent. It was vast, easily dwarfing the ship, yet it moved with the grace of something navigating an environment perfectly suited to it. When it neared the surface, the beams from the spines shifted, redirecting downward to strike the water in unison. The halo above dissolved into countless smaller rings, each descending until they hovered just above the pool. The rings rotated in alternating directions, creating an interference pattern that seemed to bend the air around them. The surface of the pool broke, not with a splash, but with a slow, deliberate parting. The silhouette breached, revealing smooth obsidian arcs that curved into jointed limbs. These limbs extended and locked into place along the inner rim of the depression, as though anchoring the rising form to the platform. Between them a central column emerged, its surface marked with the same spirals and arcs that had haunted the crew since the basin. The spirals began to turn, not spin, turn, each ring moving independently in a motion that defied mechanical logic. Every turn was accompanied by a subtle shift in the air, a faint change in the pitch of the ocean around them. It was communicating, not to them directly, but to something else. And far beyond the horizon, the faint glow they had seen stretching across the sea earlier pulsed in reply. The anchored form held still for a moment, its obsidian limbs embedded in the platform, like roots burrowed deep into stone. The spirals along its central column rotated in slow harmony, each motion sending ripples through the air that the crew could feel in their teeth. The glow at the horizon answered again, brighter this time, and for the first time the vibrations in the water and the sky matched perfectly, as if two parts of the same mechanism were locking into sync. The spines ringing the platform rotated faster, their light sharpening, until it no longer looked like illumination at all, but solid white bands slicing through the mist. Those bands didn't stop at the sky. They bent downward at sharp angles, converging on the edges of the platform. Where they struck, the surface of the metal began to shift. At first the change was subtle, tiny seams appearing between the plates of alloy. Then, with a sound that was less like machinery and more like stone grinding under pressure, the seams widened, and the platform began to expand. The plates unfurled like petals, extending outward beneath the water, their motion too fluid to be entirely mechanical. The ocean boiled where the new sections met the sea, sending columns of steam into the air. The crew realized what was happening. The platform wasn't an isolated structure. It was the visible cap of something vastly larger hidden beneath the surface. And now that hidden structure was unfolding. As the expansion continued, the calm corridor of water that had led them here collapsed outward. The shimmering particle walls dissolved, spilling into the open sea, and the strange stillness of the air gave way to a slow building wind. That wind carried an unsettling scent, metallic but faintly organic, like the air inside a sealed cavern that has been undisturbed for centuries. The central column of the anchored form began to shift. Its spirals reversed direction, turning faster, the arcs along its length flaring with pale blue light. From within the pool, more shapes emerged, smaller than the central form, but sharing the same segmented, jointed design. They rose in pairs, positioning themselves evenly around the inner rim of the depression, each locking into place with the same deliberate precision. Once all were anchored, the platform's expansion halted. A deep, resonant pulse rolled outward, not a sound exactly, but a force that passed through the ship's hull, the crew's bones and even the air itself. The glow at the horizon flared in response, and the crew understood with sudden cold clarity that this was no isolated event. Whatever was happening here was part of a chain reaction stretching across the ocean. The pool at the center darkened again, but this time it wasn't because of depth. It was filling with something thick, opaque, and faintly luminous from within. It moved with slow swirls, forming patterns that dissolved and reformed in seconds. The patterns were complex, layered like overlapping maps, and although no one could read them, they carried the weight of deliberate design. One of the younger crew members stepped back from the rail, his voice low and strained. "It's not water anymore," he whispered, and he was right. The liquid inside the depression had changed. Its surface no longer reflected light naturally. Instead, it seemed to pull light inward, bending it until the reflections of the ship and crew appeared warped and wrong, as if seen through an alien lens. The anchored form raised one limb from the platform. The movement was slow but impossibly smooth, and as the limb rose it drew from the pool a long thin filament of the strange liquid. The filament held its shape in open air, twisting gently as it extended upward toward the halo of smaller rings still hovering above. When it touched the rings, they flared in unison, and the filament solidified into a dark, glassy material. The captain gripped the wheelhouse railing, eyes locked on the transformation. "This isn't construction," he said quietly, more to himself than to anyone else. "It's assembly." And somewhere deep below the platform, far beneath the reach of their lights, something answered. The sound rose like a distant tide, steady, deliberate, and coming closer. The sound from below was unlike anything the crew had yet endured, low, layered, and so vast in resonance that it seemed to press outward from the very walls of the ocean. It grew steadily louder, though louder wasn't the right word. It was felt as much as heard, a pressure on the chest, a shiver deep in the ribs, a tingling at the base of the skull. The anchored form responded immediately, its spirals accelerating, arcs along its column flaring bright enough to paint the deck in shifting bands of pale blue. The smaller anchored shapes surrounding the depression joined in, their movements synchronized as if each was a perfect extension of the central form. The pool at the platform's heart churned violently now, though the motion seemed contained entirely within its boundaries. Waves did not spill outward. Instead, each rotation of the strange liquid drew it deeper toward a vanishing point at the bottom. Then, without warning, the liquid stopped moving entirely. The surface went glass still, the glow from within dimming to almost nothing. Silence settled over the scene, an oppressive stillness so complete that even the constant lap of the sea against the hull seemed to fade. Every member of the crew was aware of the same unshakable sensation. Something had arrived. From the darkness beneath the still surface, a shape began to rise. Unlike the anchored constructs, this was not formed of metal, or if it was, its texture and sheen were unlike any alloy they had seen. It was smooth yet uneven, as though its surface shifted slightly in slow ripples. The rising shape was immense, larger than the depression could possibly contain, yet somehow it emerged without displacing water beyond its own perimeter. As it reached the surface, the halo of rings above lowered, aligning themselves just meters above its peak. Each ring glowed faintly, casting patterns across the strange material, and in response, the surface of the rising shape began to change. Patterns, spirals, arcs, lattices, emerged and shifted, flowing seamlessly across its surface like a living script. The sound returned then, but it was no longer distant. It came from the shape itself. This close, the voice was clearer. It was made of multiple layers, each resonating at a slightly different frequency, the interference between them producing a harmonic so precise it almost resembled music. The vibrations ran through the air and water alike, stirring the hair on every arm, rattling loose objects on the deck, and creating faint standing waves along the ship's railings. Without warning, the anchored form released the filament it had been holding into the rings. The rings flared once, and the filament dissolved into particles of light that rained down over the rising shape. The light didn't scatter randomly, it followed the flowing patterns, tracing them with unerring precision, until the entire surface was aglow. The crew realized they were not witnessing a random display. This was a sequence, steps in a process too complex for them to decipher, but deliberate all the same. The glow along the surface intensified until the details of the shape were lost entirely, replaced by a blinding uniform radiance. The captain's voice was low but steady. Whatever's under us isn't just surfacing, it's linking to something else. In the distance, faint at first, then clearer, multiple points of light began to rise from the horizon. They were too far to make out in detail, but their movement was unmistakable. They were approaching, and they were following the same perfect corridor of still water that had once led this ship here. The crew understood the implication before anyone spoke it aloud. The basin was not a location, it was a network, and they had just been brought to one of its central hubs. The radiance from the shape's surface pulsed once, sending a beam of coherent light straight upward into the night. Clouds vaporized instantly in its path, revealing a sky so black it seemed to swallow the stars. Somewhere in that darkness, something answered back. The answering signal didn't travel as light or sound. It arrived all at once, an invisible shift in the air, a deepening of the water's weight, a sudden awareness in the minds of everyone on deck that they were no longer alone in their own perception of the world. The anchored form froze mid-motion, its spirals halting, arcs dimming to a low, steady glow. The smaller constructs around the depression mirrored the pause, holding perfectly still, as though awaiting further instruction. The beam of light from the platform into the sky narrowed, sharpening, until it looked like a polished spear point piercing the void above. Then it fractured, splitting into dozens of thinner beams, each one bending outward to strike different points along the distant horizon. Wherever the beams landed, faint glimmers rose in answer, dots that quickly grew into steady columns of light. These were not the scattered points they had seen earlier in the night. This was an organized array, encircling them entirely. The horizon itself seemed to pull inward, compressing distance in a way that no lens or human eye could explain. The crew could make out details they should not have been able to see. Other platforms, each crowned with its own depression, each hosting its own anchored form. All of them were engaged in the same process, their beams converging and splitting, building a lattice of light that stretched both across the surface and deep below it. The ocean between these nodes began to change. Vast areas of water darkened, not from shadow but as if entire swaths of the sea had been replaced by some other denser substance. Shapes moved within that darkness, long, slow arcs that curved like migrating whales, except they glowed faintly with the same patterns etched into the basin floor. Whatever they were immense, and they moved with purpose, threading the lattice like shuttles in a loom. On the ship's deck, no one spoke above a whisper. Even the most skeptical among them had abandoned disbelief. They were seeing too much, too clearly. This wasn't random natural formation, wasn't accident, wasn't anything that fit into the comfortable language of human exploration. This was infrastructure, vast, deliberate, and ancient enough that the ocean itself seemed shaped to its geometry. The rising form at the center of their platform reacted first. The glow across its surface shifted hue, sliding from pale blue into a spectrum of colors that seemed to exist outside ordinary light. Hues that felt as much as seen, cool against the skin, sharp against the teeth, heavy behind the eyes. These colors rippled outward in perfect synchronization with the distant nodes, creating a unified rhythm across the entire visible network. Then came the low tone again, not from beneath, not from the anchored forms, but from every point in the lattice at once. It wasn't a call, it was alignment, locking the entire system into a single state. The crew felt it in their bones, in their heartbeat, even in the rhythm of their own breathing. For a moment everything in their bodies seemed to move in time with something unimaginably vast. In that suspended stillness, the captain gripped the wheelhouse railing and whispered, "We're inside it now." The water surrounding the platform began to rise, not in waves, but in a seamless vertical wall that climbed higher and higher, enclosing the platform and ship in a perfect cylinder. The surface was as smooth as glass, yet within it swam thousands of the faintly glowing shapes, each moving in coordinated arcs that mirrored the patterns of the spirals on the anchored form. When the wall reached its full height, the beams connecting the platforms flared once more. The ocean above them parted, not violently but with the deliberate care of something designed to open without harm. Beyond it lay not the sky as they knew it, but a void threaded with rivers of light, stretching into infinity, and slowly, impossibly, the platform began to rise toward it. The first seconds of ascent were so smooth that most of the crew didn't realize they were leaving the water until they felt the shift in gravity. The gentle sway of the sea vanished, replaced by a slow, steady lift that carried the platform and the ship as if both weighed nothing. The vertical wall of water surrounding them rose with them, holding its shape as though gravity had no claim here. Outside that wall, the distant network of beams still burned bright, their intersections forming a web that extended beyond the horizon. Above, the void's rivers of light twisted like slow-moving auroras, though there was no atmosphere here to scatter them. Each river flowed along a path too straight to be natural, branching and merging with mathematical precision. The further they ascended, the more it became clear that these were not random currents of energy. They were highways, channels built for the transfer of something that might not even be matter as humans knew it. Inside the wall, the glowing shapes that had swum in lazy arcs now moved with urgency. They streamed upward alongside the platform, spiraling in loose columns that kept pace with the ascent. Occasionally, one would break formation, sliding closer to the glass-like barrier, its pattern shifting in ways that looked like observation, or perhaps communication, but they never crossed through. The ship's instruments, long since useless, began displaying data again, but what they showed defied every calibration. Depth gauges counted upward into the tens of thousands of meters, temperature readings fluctuated wildly, without affecting the air, and compass headings spun slowly in complete circles, as though no fixed direction existed anymore. When they passed beyond the cloud line that had hidden this void, the platform slowed. The rivers of light were close now, close enough that their details came into focus. They weren't flat streams but braided filaments, each composed of countless finer threads that pulsed in synchronized waves. Every pulse passed through the network of beams and into the anchored forms far below, creating a feedback loop that made the entire system hum with energy. The halo of rings above the platform lowered until it hovered just meters above the ship's mast. The air between the rings shimmered, not from heat but from some other distortion, and as it thickened, faint images began to appear, fragments of landscapes that could not possibly exist in the ocean. Endless plains of glass, cities suspended upside down over mirrored seas, structures so large they curved out of sight, their surfaces marked with the same spirals now etched into the crew's memory. The crew stared in silence, each aware that they were not simply being shown these places, they were being aligned to them. The spirals on the anchored form's column shifted faster, matching the rhythm of the rivers above, and for a fleeting moment, the ship's deck seemed to tilt in a direction that wasn't up or down. The sensation passed quickly, leaving only a lingering dizziness. Without warning, the vertical wall of water began to thin. It didn't collapse, it simply evaporated into nothing, revealing that the platform and ship were no longer rising through liquid at all. They were suspended in the void itself, the rivers of light now arching over and beneath them like the framework of an immense unseen machine. From the darkness ahead, a shape emerged, not glowing, not lit by any beam, but outlined by the absence of the rivers behind it. It was enormous, its edges too far apart to take in at once, and its surface moved with the same slow breathing motion as the anchored forms. The crew understood instinctively that this was the source. Whatever the network was for, whatever had drawn them here, it began, and perhaps ended, with this. And as they drifted closer, the spirals along the anchored form below them flared one last time, locking into perfect synchrony with the vast shape ahead. The first sign that the shape ahead was aware of them came not from movement, but from stillness. The rivers of light surrounding it slowed their flow, each filament freezing mid-pulse, as if time itself had been paused in their vicinity. The vast form seemed to inhale, not with lungs, but with the steady expansion of its entire surface, a subtle shift that sent a ripple through the void. That ripple struck the platform, and every metal surface on the ship vibrated in unison, producing a deep, resonant chord that seemed tuned to the marrow of their bones. No one spoke. The air was neither warm nor cold, but heavy with an unseen density, as though every breath carried more weight than the last. The anchored form below them reacted immediately, its spirals reversing direction. The smaller constructs on the platform rotated their limbs inward, orienting toward the approaching shape. This wasn't submission, It was recognition. Then the shape began to unfold. Its outer layers, once seamless, split apart along curved seams that matched the spiral geometry seen on every artifact so far. The divisions didn't reveal machinery or organic tissue, they revealed space. Hollow chambers, each larger than any human-built structure, opened like petals. Inside those chambers, the void was not black but deep blue, threaded with faint currents of light that moved in deliberate patterns. The nearest chamber faced them directly, and the rivers of light in the surrounding void shifted, bending inward toward it. Each current passed through the chamber's interior and emerged brighter, more coherent, as if purified. The crew understood, without words, that this being, if it could be called that, wasn't just part of the network, it was the network's heart, its pulse, its filter. The shape's awareness touched them then. It wasn't a voice, not even in thought, it was a sensation, a focused pressure in the mind, as though a current had been directed straight through their consciousness. Images followed, unbidden. They saw oceans drained to reveal landscapes of impossible complexity, miles of geometric trenches, and spiraling towers rising from the exposed seabed. They saw storms forming and dissipating, at the command of patterns drawn across the water's surface. They saw other ships, ancient ones, hovering in the same corridor they had been led through, their crews staring upward at the same unfolding shape before them now. Some images were older still. There were no ships, no humans, only this network, operating without witness, its nodes bright, its rivers strong, its purpose entirely hidden from the surface world. The sensation in their minds shifted. Not all of them felt it the same way. For some it was a steady pull forward, an invitation. For others it was a weight pressing them back, a gentle rejection. The captain gripped the railing, his knuckles pale, fighting the urge to step away from the bow. He didn't know whether he was being invited or warned. The rivers around them began to flow again, but now their course had changed. Instead of feeding into the platform's halo, they bent toward the ship itself. Strands of light passed through the hull without resistance, wrapping the vessel in a shifting lattice. The crew could feel it, a tingling along the skin, a deep hum in the chest. It was scanning them, cataloguing. The massive form's chambers began to close, not in retreat, but in completion, as though their brief opening had been to reveal just enough. The final seam sealed, and the spirals along its surface flared once, sending a pulse back into the lattice that now enclosed the ship. The strands tightened, lifting them free from the platform entirely. They were no longer tethered, and slowly, deliberately, the vast shape began to draw them toward its center. The pull toward the shape's center was not violent, yet it left no room for resistance. The ship moved as if caught in a tide that obeyed no law of current or wind, the lattice of light around its hull contracting in slow, precise increments. Every contraction brought them deeper into the void between the outer surface and whatever lay within. The rivers of light overhead were gone now, blocked from view by the massive spiraling walls that rose on every side, curving inward toward a single point far ahead. The deeper they went, the more the void changed. It was no longer empty. Suspended in the space around them were countless objects, some small, no larger than a crewman's helmet, others rivaling the ship itself. They drifted in perfect stillness, held in place by thin strands of light that connected them to the surrounding walls. The strands pulsed faintly, each beat synchronized with the low, steady vibration they'd felt since entering the network's core. Passing close to one of the larger shapes, the crew saw it was not solid metal, but a shell, its interior filled with a liquid that shimmered like the pool back in the basin. Within it floated dozens of smaller forms, elongated, jointed, patterned with spirals like the anchored constructs. These forms didn't move, yet the faint flicker along their surfaces made it clear they were not lifeless. It was as if they were sleeping. The captain's eyes stayed fixed on the path ahead, but his voice was low when he finally spoke. "These aren't just machines. They're stored." No one answered. The lattice tightened again, carrying them past rows of similar shells. Some cracked open, their interiors empty. The empty ones gave way to chambers that were not storage but something closer to archives. Inside these, The light strands coiled around nothing visible at first, until the crew realized the coils were holding patterns, suspended in the air like frozen diagrams. They were three-dimensional spirals, layers upon layers stacked and interlocked, shifting slowly even in stillness. Each pattern was unique, and each seemed to carry a gravity of meaning none of them could decipher. Then the walls ahead began to part. The opening revealed a central chamber so vast it could not be taken in all at once. The spiraling walls here curved upward into darkness, and at the center, suspended in a web of light thicker than any they had yet seen, hung a sphere of pure luminescence. It was not blinding, it was steady, warm, and impossibly deep, as though its light came from infinite layers within. The lattice carrying the ship drew them toward it with unbroken precision, stopping only when they hovered just outside the innermost strands of the web. The anchored form that had brought them here did not follow. It remained outside the chamber, its arcs dimmed, spirals slowing to a rest. This close, the crew understood that this sphere was the true source, not merely of the network, but perhaps of the ocean's most guarded secrets. Every beam, every river, every node they had seen, was a limb or vessel of this single presence. The sphere pulsed once, and the chamber changed. The void walls faded away, replaced by shifting visions, oceans without human vessels, skies unbroken by flight, continents shaped differently from any map they knew. The visions moved faster, showing the oceans boiling, then freezing, then reforming under skies of alien color. Creatures swam in those seas, some familiar in outline, others utterly unrecognizable, their movements slow and ceremonial. Finally the visions settled on the basin, empty, no platform, no anchored forms, only the trench and the shard of alloy, alone on the seabed, as if all they had witnessed had yet to happen. The pulse faded, the lattice released them, the ship drifted backward, carried by a current they could not feel, back toward the narrowing passage. The sphere's light dimmed as the walls closed, and once more the rivers of light returned overhead, their flow resuming as though nothing had occurred. But the crew knew better. They had been shown not just the network's heart, but its memory, and somewhere in that memory, they had seen their own place, whether in the past or yet to come. The return began without announcement. A gradual loosening of the invisible grip that had carried them into the network's heart. The lattice of light that had encased the ship thinned into faint filaments, drifting away until only a pale residue of glow clung to the hull. Gravity, or something like it, seeped back into their bodies, and the subtle sensation of being suspended in a place without weight was replaced by a steady downward pull. The rivers of light overhead arched wider as they descended, their braided filaments unwinding into straighter flows, as though they were leaving the inner machinery of a colossal engine and returning to its outer conduits. The ship did not fall. It drifted with absolute control, moving along an invisible channel that aligned perfectly with the platform far below. The anchored form that had guided them here was waiting, still motionless, as if holding its place until their path aligned. No one on board spoke above a murmur. Even the most outspoken among them seemed unwilling to break the dense, layered silence, as though the very act of speaking might invite the network to change its mind about releasing them. The captain stayed at the bow, hands on the rail, eyes fixed on the steadily growing circle of the basin's central depression. As they passed back through the misting barrier at the basin's upper edge, the sounds of the ocean returned, soft, steady, and almost painfully ordinary. The rhythmic slap of water against the hull, the creak of wooden fittings, the whisper of the wind through the rigging, all sounds they had lived with their entire lives, yet now they felt altered. Every sound seemed sharper, the air denser, the sea heavier. It was as though the world outside the network was a pale reflection of the place they had just left. The anchored form's spirals began to rotate again, this time in slow, measured motions, the arcs along its column glowing faintly. The smaller constructs around the depression unfolded their limbs, orienting toward the ship as it settled once more into the center of the basin. The ship drifted into position, and then, without a ripple or vibration, the invisible channel dissolved. They were floating freely again. The anchored form raised one limb in what looked dangerously close to a gesture, holding it aloft for several long seconds before lowering it into the pool. The strange liquid that had once filled the depression was gone, Only seawater remained, dark and rippled by the wind. Whatever they had seen in that liquid, its patterns, its impossible depths, was no longer there. The captain finally spoke, his voice barely audible over the soft hiss of water. "We're not meant to return the way we came." And he was right. The corridor of still water that had guided them into the basin was gone. In its place the sea rolled in restless swells, offering no clear path outward. The mist walls had thinned, drifting away into the open ocean. It was as if the network had erased the trail behind them the moment they were released. The crew exchanged glances, each silently weighing the same truth. Whatever had brought them here could bring them back, if it chose. They had no control over that. Their return to the surface was not escape, but dismissal. The anchored form began to sink, its column lowering into the depression, with slow, ceremonial precision. The smaller constructs followed, disappearing one by one beneath the surface until the basin was empty. Within moments the depression was indistinguishable from any other patch of deep ocean, yet the air still held that metallic, ancient scent. A faint vibration lingered in the hull, pulsing like a second heartbeat. And far above, beyond the cloud layer, the rivers of light continued to flow, unseen. The first attempt to navigate out of the basin came cautiously, with the crew scanning every shift in the sea's surface, as though some remnant of the vanished corridor might reveal itself. The captain ordered the sails trimmed, and the ship turned toward the sector where they'd first entered. But the moment they crossed the basin's invisible boundary, the water began to fight them. It wasn't a storm. There was no wind screaming in the rigging, no towering waves breaking over the deck. Instead, the resistance came from the sea itself. The hull pushed forward into swells that rose in perfect rhythm, each one angled just enough to force a correction, and each correction stealing precious momentum. It was like sailing into a tide that shifted direction with every movement, endlessly countering their progress, without ever capsizing them. The helmsman frowned, keeping the wheel steady against the subtle but constant torque. "Feels like the water knows where we're going," he muttered, and the silence that followed said the others were thinking the same. Hours passed without measurable progress. The mist that had once walled in the basin had dispersed into scattered veils drifting across the horizon, yet no matter which patch they aimed for, the water resisted in the same quiet, relentless way. The sun began its slow descent, casting molten paths of light across the rolling surface, and still the basin's center remained stubbornly visible on the aft horizon, as if the ship hadn't moved at all. By nightfall, the sea was so calm it was unsettling. The only motion came from the slow, deliberate rise and fall beneath the keel, each swell perfectly uniform, each trough holding the same length of shadow. No stars appeared overhead, only a dark ceiling that seemed to press lower the longer they watched it. The captain called a halt, ordering the anchor dropped. The crew obeyed without question, though more than one cast uneasy glances at the water as the heavy iron sank into the depths. The chain rattled out for far longer than it should have, the basin's depth swallowing the anchor without finding bottom. Finally it stopped, not because it had struck ground, but because the chain had run out entirely. They were suspended in the water, the anchor hanging in emptiness. Sleep came slowly that night. The ship's timbers groaned in ways they never had before, not from strain, but from some deeper shift in the water's embrace. Those who dozed dreamed of the rivers of light, of the vast chambers inside the shape, of spirals that shifted and spun just beyond understanding. Every dream ended the same way, with the basin's depression yawning open like an eye. At dawn, the horizon had changed. The mist had returned, not as walls but as narrow, meandering tendrils that drifted along the water's surface. They twisted in looping patterns, crossing and uncrossing themselves in shapes that echoed the spirals carved into the anchored form's column. Between them the water lay perfectly flat, reflective enough to show the underside of clouds moving in strange counter directions. The captain studied the scene for a long time before speaking. "We're not being held here," he said. "We're being sorted." No one asked what he meant, but the truth settled heavily among them. The basin hadn't released them to the open ocean. It had placed them in something else, a place that looked like water but moved according to rules that had nothing to do with tide or wind. And somewhere beyond the mist, those rules were being decided. The decision to follow one of the drifting mist paths came after hours of silent observation. The tendrils moved with deceptive slowness, curling and uncurling in patterns that seemed random until watched long enough. Only then did the captain notice they were repeating, each loop and cross occurring at precise intervals, as if the mist were tracing a map invisible to the water itself. He chose a path that appeared to lead away from the basin's faint center on the horizon, a thin, silvered trail stretching into the distance before vanishing into a thicker coil. The sails were unfurled, and the crew eased the ship into the path's narrow lane. Immediately, the resistance they had felt the previous day vanished. The hull glided forward, as though carried on a hidden current, the water's surface smoothing into a dark, glassy mirror on either side. For the first time since leaving the network's heart, the ship felt as though it was truly moving, yet there was no wind in the rigging, no sound of water breaking against the bow. The movement was silent, frictionless, almost unreal, as if the ship was sliding along something just beneath the surface, rather than through the water itself. The mist on either side kept its distance, never closing in, never drifting apart. Its tendrils bent and adjusted to match the ship's pace, maintaining the same width of corridor no matter how the captain steered. Occasionally, the mist would lift in brief arches, revealing glimpses of the sea beyond, swells rolling in unnatural patterns, their crests perfectly still, as if frozen mid-motion. Hours into the journey, the sky began to lighten in a way that had nothing to do with the sun. The oppressive ceiling of darkness above them thinned, revealing a pale shimmer like moonlight diffused through deep water. The shimmer pulsed faintly, once every few minutes, and with each pulse, the mist ahead shifted. It was subtle, just a slight tightening of the spirals, a minor narrowing of the corridor, but the captain noticed. He ordered the helmsman to slow the ship, and the moment their pace dropped, the mist ahead tightened more dramatically, the tendrils weaving together like strands of rope. The corridor began to close. They picked up speed again, and the mist loosened, the path widening once more. It was clear now. The corridor was not a passive feature of the sea. It was responding to them, perhaps guiding, perhaps testing. As the day faded into a strange twilight, the mist began to change color. No longer pure silver, it deepened to a faint blue-green, and within its coils flickered points of light that moved like fish darting through a reef. The light was too dim to illuminate the water, yet each flicker seemed to linger in the eye after it vanished, leaving ghostly impressions that shifted when blinked away. One of the crew leaned over the rail to get a better look, and for a moment his reflection didn't match his movement. It lagged as if watching him before slowly catching up. He stumbled back, muttering a prayer under his breath. The path stretched on, unbroken, until a low vibration began to hum through the hull. It was not the same deep tone they'd heard in the network's core. This was sharper, more focused, as if coming from a single point far ahead. The mist thickened, the flickering lights within it growing brighter, more numerous, until they formed a continuous ribbon. And at the end of that ribbon, barely visible through the glow, stood another structure, smaller than the anchored form, but unmistakably shaped by the same hand. Its spirals turned slowly, perfectly aligned to the rhythm of the mist. They were not leaving the basin, they were being delivered to something waiting for them. The closer they drew to the structure, the more the mist's corridor narrowed, pressing inward, like the throat of some immense funnel. The glowing points within the tendrils no longer flickered, they now moved with coordinated precision, swirling in patterns that matched the slow rotation of the spirals on the structure ahead. The air grew dense, the taste of salt sharper, as though the very composition of the atmosphere was being altered in anticipation of their arrival. The structure rose from the water without any visible foundation, its surface formed of the same alloy-like material as the anchored form, yet smoother, almost polished. It was smaller, perhaps a third of the size, but its proportions were so exact, its geometry so impossibly precise, that it felt no less imposing. Its spirals turned at a measured pace, and with each rotation, the mist pulsed, contracting slightly before releasing, as though breathing in time with it. The ship slowed without command. The water beneath the hull became unnaturally still, holding the vessel in perfect suspension. Around them, the mist arched overhead, sealing off the sky in a translucent dome. Within this dome, the ribbon of lights that had guided them here drifted upward, curling into a towering helix, before disappearing into the upper haze. No sound came from the structure itself, yet the crew could feel its presence in the same way they had felt the network's vast shape, an unseen pressure that seemed to bypass the ears and go straight into thought. It was not as overwhelming as before. This felt deliberate, focused, as if whatever was here had been waiting for them specifically. Then the spirals on its surface reversed direction. The moment they did, the mist around the ship began to tighten again, but not to close. It wrapped inward, coiling along invisible lines that terminated at the vessel's masts, railings, and hull seams. The filaments of light within it traced every contour, every bolt and joint, until the entire ship was outlined in a web of faintly glowing strands. The helmsman swore under his breath as the deck vibrated. The vibration didn't come from the sea, it came from within the ship, as though some dormant resonance had been triggered. The strands of mist light shifted color, moving from blue-green to a dull molten gold. The captain's voice was low, strained. "It's reading us, not just the ship, everything on it." As if in answer, the strands passed through their bodies, leaving no sensation except a faint tingling along the skin. But the lights didn't pass on immediately. They lingered within each crewman for a heartbeat, before slipping back out, carrying something intangible away. None of them could say what it was, but the unease that followed was unmistakable, like realizing something personal had been taken without consent. The structure's spirals quickened their rotation, and the mist dome above began to collapse inward. Not in a rush, there was no panic in its motion, but in a controlled descent, its tendrils curling tighter as they reached for the structure's base. The ribbon of lights that had led them here reversed its flow, descending from the heights above to encircle the ship in a slow spiraling pattern. Then, without warning, the water beneath them shifted. It did not rise or fall, but folded, like a page turning in a book, revealing a perfect circular opening directly beneath the ship. It was not dark. A dim pearlescent glow emanated from its depths, swirling with patterns that mirrored the spirals on the structure's surface. The ship began to descend, drawn straight into the opening. The mist followed, streaming down around them in long, elegant arcs, sealing the passage above as they sank. The structure loomed over the shrinking circle of surface, its spirals slowing once more, as if its part in this was complete. Whatever lay below was not the open sea. The glow grew brighter, the water warmer, and the currents steadier, pulling them into a space that felt less like the ocean and more like a chamber carved from it. And for the first time since entering the basin, the captain knew with absolute certainty they were not returning to the surface anytime soon. The walls of the opening closed in as they descended, though they were not walls in the natural sense. The material surrounding them shimmered like water, but moved like a slow-breathing membrane. Each subtle pulse sent ripples of pale light racing along its surface, converging into spiral nodes that glowed brighter the deeper they sank. These nodes were evenly spaced, marking the descent like waypoints in some submerged passageway that had been constructed, not eroded. The air grew heavy with an unfamiliar scent, metallic, but softened by something mineral, almost like stone that had been steeped in salt for centuries. The crew exchanged glances, their unease sharpened by the fact that the scent seemed stronger below deck, as though it were seeping into the ship's very timbers. The captain gripped the rail tighter, his eyes locked on the growing brightness beneath them. The descent was soundless save for the faint creak of the hull. No current tugged at them now. They moved as if lowered by an unseen cradle, each foot of depth taken with deliberate control. The spirals on the walls rotated slowly in alternating directions, creating the illusion that the passage itself was turning around them. Occasionally, a spiral would flare brighter, and in those moments the crew felt a faint buzzing behind their eyes, like a thought trying to form but dissolving before it could take shape. Then the space widened abruptly. They emerged into a vast hollow, an underwater dome so large that the upper curvature of its ceiling was lost in shimmering haze. The floor lay far below, lit by soft pools of light arranged in patterns that echoed the network's geometry. Between the pools the seafloor was smooth, unnaturally so, its surface marked by long straight lines intersecting at perfect angles. Suspended within the dome were dozens of structures, each tethered to the ceiling by cables or strands of the same glowing material they had followed. Some were small, barely larger than the ship, while others were massive, shaped like flattened discs with layered rims. All rotated slowly, their movements perfectly synchronized with one another, as if they were parts of a single mechanism spread across the chamber. The ship drifted toward one of the larger discs. Its surface was patterned with concentric rings, each etched with spirals that shifted when observed from different angles. The outermost ring was broken in several places, revealing glimpses of intricate machinery beneath, though no gears or pistons, only interlocking plates that rearranged themselves in silent patterns. As they drew closer, faint vibrations began to hum through the hull. This time the vibrations carried rhythm, a pulse that the crew could feel in their bones. It was not random, it matched the pace of their own heartbeats, altering subtly to fall into sync with each crewman in turn. A few muttered under their breath, swearing they could feel the ship breathing. Without warning, a single beam of light shot upward from the disk's center, striking the ship squarely along its keel. It was not blinding, but every surface it touched seemed to shimmer as though caught between one state and another. The crew froze, unsure whether to retreat or stay still, until the captain raised a hand and ordered no movement. The beam shifted color from pale gold to deep blue, then fractured into dozens of thinner lines that crawled along the ship's hull, tracing every curve and joint before converging on the mast. Once gathered, the lines formed a lattice of spirals that pulsed once then vanished. When the beam retracted, the disk below rotated more quickly, and the cables tethering it to the ceiling tightened. The dome's pools of light shifted in response, their positions changing in perfect coordination, as though the entire space had been recalibrated. The captain exhaled slowly. "Whatever this is," he said quietly, "we've just been entered into it." The dome reacted in silence, but its silence carried weight, an attentive kind, like a room holding its breath. The pools of light on the seafloor had finished shifting into their new positions, and now they glowed with a steadier, deeper hue. The glow didn't just illuminate the floor, it spread upward in slow-moving columns, each one bending slightly until they connected with the suspended structures overhead. These columns became conduits, faint currents of particles rising through them like drifting plankton, though their movement was too precise to be natural. The ship drifted again, but this time it was not random nor entirely passive. The current that carried them seemed aware of the vessel's shape and weight, adjusting in small ways to keep the movement perfectly balanced. The captain gave no orders now. He only stood at the bow, his gaze following the arcs of light as they aligned with their path. They approached another of the suspended structures, this one shaped like a tiered platform, each tier narrowing upward until it met a central spire. Unlike the smooth alloy of the others, its surface was rough, textured with ridges and shallow basins that were filled with a faintly glowing liquid. The glow pulsed slowly, flowing from one basin to the next in a circular rhythm. As they passed beneath it, the spire bent. It wasn't a mechanical movement. It was more like the slow, deliberate flex of something alive, though its surface betrayed no softness. The tip of the spire hovered just above the ship's main mast, and a thin strand of light unspooled from it, lowering like a thread of spun glass. The thread touched the mast, then split into dozens of smaller lines, each sliding along the rigging, rails and deck. They avoided the crew entirely, slipping around their boots and hands as though aware of them. When the threads reached the hull, they sank into the wood without leaving a mark. The vibration that followed was different from before. This one was layered, carrying faint harmonics, like the notes of an instrument struck in perfect sequence. The crew felt it in their chests, in their teeth, in the hollow spaces of their skulls. It was not painful, but it was invasive, bypassing the senses entirely to stir something deeper. Slowly the threads retracted, winding themselves back into the spire. The liquid in the basins above quickened its circulation, the glow brightening with each pulse, until it spilled faint beams outward into the dome. These beams struck other structures, and in turn those structures began to move. Some rotated faster, others shifted position entirely, drifting along the cables that tethered them to the ceiling. It was as though the dome were waking up. The current carrying the ship changed direction, steering them toward the center of the space where no structures hung, only a circular expanse of open water. The glow from the floor below this spot was brighter than anywhere else, and within its light patterns moved spirals, arcs, and lattice-like grids that formed and dissolved without repetition. The captain's voice was almost a whisper. "That's not the floor." He was right. The bright surface below was not solid. It was another membrane, thinner than the walls of the passage they had entered through. Shapes drifted just beyond it, their outlines distorted but unmistakably vast. Some moved slowly, their bulk turning in deliberate arcs, while others flickered past in sharp, darting motions. None of them breached the membrane, but every so often one would pause directly beneath it, as though looking up. Then the membrane rippled. A faint wave passed through it from edge to center, and the spirals within its glow aligned into a perfect circle. From that circle, a single point of light began to rise, threading upward through the water in a perfectly straight line toward the ship. It moved slowly, deliberately, as though aware it was being watched. No one moved. The point reached the hull and stopped. For a moment nothing happened. Then it expanded, unfolding into a shape too complex to track in full, a shifting geometry of lines and curves that wrapped halfway around the ship without ever fully touching it. The vibration returned, deeper now, resonating in the space between thought and instinct. The crew didn't need words to understand. They had been chosen for something, and whatever waited beneath that membrane was about to make itself known. The shape clinging to the ship's outline did not remain static. Its shifting geometry folded in on itself, then re-expanded into a different arrangement, each transformation accompanied by a faint pulse in the water, like a heartbeat not bound to flesh. With every pulse, the glow beneath the membrane intensified, spreading outward in ripples that reached the dome's edges, before reflecting back toward the center. The reflected light did not scatter. It bent toward the ship, converging on the exact point where the shape's unseen grip held them. The crew could not look directly at the geometry for long. The lines seemed to slide under their gaze, slipping into new angles when they tried to focus. Some swore it was spelling something. Others muttered that it was staring back, though how a thing of pure form could look at them was beyond reason. The captain gripped the rail as the glow below split into multiple streams. 4 distinct tendrils of light rose from the membrane, moving in perfect symmetry until they stopped just beneath the hull. They did not touch the ship at first. Instead, they circled slowly, each tracing an invisible boundary in the water. Then, one by one, they reached upward, slipping through the wood and vanishing into the interior. Those on deck felt it instantly. The air thickened, growing warmer, while a faint hum filled the spaces below deck. In the galley, tin cups rattled on their shelves. In the sleeping quarters, hammocks swayed though the water outside remained still. Whatever these tendrils were doing, it was happening to the ship's core, not just its materials, but something about its very presence in this place. A sailor below deck let out a sharp cry and stumbled topside. His eyes were wide, his breath shallow. "It's in the light," he gasped. "Not just outside, inside. When I close my eyes, it's still there." The captain's expression didn't change, but his knuckles whitened on the rail. "Stay on deck," he ordered. "Nobody goes below until it's done." The tendrils began to retract, but not back toward the membrane. They rose higher, breaking the surface of the water around the ship. As they emerged, the water clung to them unnaturally, streaming down their lengths in slow ribbons instead of falling away. Out of the water, they seemed solid, their translucent bodies holding threads of spinning light within, like currents locked inside crystal. Then they bent inward. They touched the ship, not with force, but with a strange precision, placing themselves against the hull in exact symmetry. A low tone resonated from deep within the dome, so deep it was felt more than heard. The spirals on the dome's suspended structures quickened their rotations, and the pools of light on the seafloor flared brighter. The point of contact burned cold. Crewmen near the rail pulled back, instinctively gripping their coats. Though the chill was not in the air, it sank into the bones, bypassing the skin entirely. The tendrils stayed pressed against the hull for several long moments, the spinning light inside them quickening until it became a blur. When they withdrew, They did so in a single unified motion, slipping back beneath the surface and into the membrane below. The glow they left behind on the hull lingered, faint but unmistakable, tracing the outlines of the ship's shape in shifting spirals. Beneath them, the membrane moved again, this time not in a ripple, but in a slow opening spiral. The light patterns spread apart, revealing the blackness beyond, and in that blackness, something vast shifted, not just big, immense, its form obscured by the darkness yet hinted at by the faint glints of moving light along what might have been its edges. A tremor passed through the water, gentle but vast in scope, as if the thing below were stretching after a long slumber. The geometry still clung faintly to the ship's outline, as though tethering them to whatever was about to rise. The crew leaned over the rails, drawn forward, despite themselves. From the depths beneath the spiral, a silhouette began to emerge, slow, deliberate, inevitable. The silhouette rose with such control that it seemed less like a creature surfacing, and more like a continent ascending. There was no turbulence, no great surge of displaced water, only a gradual displacement that made the surrounding sea swell outward in slow, even breaths. The membrane's spiral widened further, the edges peeling back to create a perfect circle of open blackness, and from its center came the shape, vast, layered, and almost too large for the mind to hold at once. At first, only the uppermost arc of it appeared, a smooth curvature that caught the dim light in muted gleams, as though coated in a film of polished stone. Then, as more of it emerged, the arc broke into sections, each ringed with spirals that rotated independently, some clockwise, some counterclockwise, their motions measured and unhurried. Between the rings were deep recesses, the shadows within shifting faintly, suggesting inner mechanisms, or perhaps something alive moving through channels unseen. No part of it resembled an eye, yet every man aboard felt watched. The sensation was not piercing, not invasive, but heavy, like the quiet awareness of something that could end them instantly, yet chose not to. The crew stood silent, their hands instinctively resting on the rails, as if to anchor themselves against the slow pull of oar. The thing's surface bore no barnacles, no growths of coral or seaweed, no sign it had ever been part of any natural ocean environment. Instead, it was inscribed with patterns, spirals nested within lattices, broken arcs, stitched together by thin glowing threads that pulsed in rhythm with the dome above. Every so often, one of these pulses would travel up the spirals and disappear into the black recesses between rings, followed by a low resonance that vibrated through the hull of the ship. When the shape's central mass cleared the membrane, its movement paused. It hovered in place, immense but impossibly steady, its spirals slowing until they stopped entirely. The glow beneath it deepened to a color unlike anything in the natural sea, a muted crimson threaded with silver sparks that drifted upward like slow-moving embers. The geometry clinging to the ship's outline pulsed once, and in answer, one of the rings on the entity rotated a fraction, releasing a stream of the crimson-silver motes into the water. The motes rose in a single, unbroken column toward the ship. They did not scatter, did not dim, but gathered at the vessel's midsection, seeping into the faint spiral marks left behind by the tendrils. As they soaked in, the glow along the hull brightened until it matched the exact hue of the entity's inner light. No one moved. The crew's breaths were shallow, their eyes locked on the slow interplay between the ship and the thing below. The captain, for all his weathered calm, stood rigid, his fingers gripping the rail, as though any movement might break whatever fragile accord was being formed here. Then came the sound. It did not come from the entity's surface, nor from the water, but from within the minds of those aboard. A layered tone, low, harmonic, almost like a chord sustained far beyond the capability of any instrument, spread through thought and memory alike. It carried no words, no direct message, yet its meaning was undeniable. They had been marked. The glow on the hull dimmed again, not fading away, but sinking inward, as if absorbed into the vessel's very structure. The spirals on the entity's rings began turning once more, each at a slightly different pace, creating a shifting pattern that was almost hypnotic. Then, without warning, it began to sink. It did not retreat abruptly. Instead, it lowered itself in the same unhurried way it had risen, spirals turning lazily as the blackness of the membrane closed over it once more. The last thing visible was the topmost arc, gleaming faintly before vanishing entirely beneath the spiral's closing center. The membrane sealed, the glow beneath it faded, the water stilled, the geometry tethering the ship dissolved into the surrounding current, leaving only the faintest impression of spirals along the railings and masts, marks that would not scrape away no matter how much salt water washed over them. The captain exhaled at last, his voice a hoarse whisper meant only for himself. Now, it knows us, and somewhere deep below, beyond the spiral and the dome, the thing waited, its mark now carried by wood, rope and flesh. Morning in the basin was not the same as morning at sea. There was no sunrise, no shifting warmth in the air, no gradual brightening of the sky. Instead, light seeped in from somewhere unseen, diffuse, directionless, as though the water itself had decided it was time to illuminate. It was enough to wake the crew, though waking here felt different. No one stirred from sleep with the usual heaviness of a night spent on watch or in rolling seas. They rose quietly, almost reluctantly, as if surfacing from dreams that were not entirely their own. The mark on the hull still glowed faintly in the new light. It wasn't bright enough to see from a distance, but up close the spirals shimmered with an inner depth, as though layers of light were stacked within the wood. When the captain ran his fingers along one, it felt warm, not like sun-warmed planks, but warm from within, as though something alive pulsed beneath the grain. It wasn't only the ship that had changed. One of the younger deckhands, still rubbing the sleep from his eyes, leaned over the rail and frowned. "Water's wrong," he murmured. The others followed his gaze. The basin's surface was no longer uniform. The slow, even swells that had surrounded them since entering were now etched with faint lines, curving paths that stretched out in every direction, intersecting and diverging like trails in some vast, unseen garden. The lines moved, not fast, but with steady purpose, their shimmering edges guiding currents that didn't stir the ship, but seemed to shape the sea itself. Some led toward the mist corridors they had followed before, others toward darker, shadowed regions of the basin's far edge, and some ended abruptly, vanishing into points where the water sank inward, like drains without visible depth. The captain studied them for a long while before speaking. "It's showing us ways out," he said, though the tone in his voice suggested he didn't believe it was that simple. It was then the changes in the crew began to surface. A boatswain standing aft with his back to the rail suddenly stiffened. "Hear that?" he asked. The others strained to listen, but no sound reached them. No wind, no waves, no call of gulls. Yet the boatswain's face turned pale, his eyes scanning the basin as though following something only he could detect. "What is it?" the captain asked. "It's a pull," the man said slowly. "Not in my body, in my head. Feels like it's pointing somewhere." He gestured toward one of the glowing currents, the one leading to a cluster of faintly lit shapes far across the basin. He wasn't the only one. One by one, other crewmen began describing similar sensations. Some spoke of a pressure, others of a faint melody, others still, of flashes of light behind their eyes that seemed to flicker in the direction of a particular path. No two pointed the same way. The captain didn't share his own experience, though his gaze betrayed that he felt it too. Instead, he ordered the crew to hold position and not follow any of the currents. They obeyed, but unease settled over the deck like mist. Hours passed. The basin's light never shifted, but the glowing paths did. Currents crossed and reformed, some fading entirely while new ones appeared, their origins marked by brief pulses from the dome's suspended structures. The crew spoke less and less, each man preoccupied with whatever silent pull gnawed at him. That night, the dreams returned, stronger now, more vivid. They saw the spirals again, the entity's rings turning slowly in the deep. But now, there were other shapes moving in the dark beyond the membrane. Some were smaller, gliding quickly through narrow spaces. Others were immense, their forms too vast to fit into a single dream. All of them turned their attention toward the ship, as though its mark had made them aware of its place in this impossible sea. When the crew woke, the basin had changed again. The glowing currents no longer stretched to the mist corridors or the basin's edge. Every path now curved inward, converging toward a single point in the water just a few hundred meters away, where something faintly luminous was beginning to rise. And this time, whatever was coming for them was not emerging slowly. The luminous point swelled as it ascended, its light sharp enough to pierce the dim haze of the basin. It moved too quickly to be one of the vast layered forms from the membrane, yet too deliberately to be mistaken for drifting debris. The water around it shimmered as though heated, bending the view in strange distortions. The crew crowded the rails, the silence on deck taut and brittle. None of them spoke the thought on everyone's mind, that this felt like an answer, a response to the mark the great entity had left on them. The captain's jaw was locked, his gaze unblinking, as the glow neared the surface. It broke through without a splash. The thing was not a creature, at least not in any form the mind could classify. It rose as a sphere, no larger than a barrel, its surface shifting between liquid and solid, without ever settling. Patterns bloomed across it, spirals, lattices, and sharp-edged geometry that morphed in constant motion. The spirals on the hull flared brighter in answer, their glow matching the sphere's rhythm exactly. It drifted closer. The air on deck thickened again, pressing into lungs with an unseen weight. The sailors nearest the rail took a step back, though the captain stood his ground. When the sphere reached the side of the ship, it stopped, hovering perfectly still for several seconds. Then it split, not shattering, but dividing smoothly into two identical halves that hung in the air for a heartbeat, before rejoining with a faint pulse of light. The pulse ran along the hull, sinking into the spirals as though feeding them. Several crewmen gasped as they felt it, not against their skin, but somewhere behind their eyes. A deckhand dropped to his knees, clutching his head. "It's showing something," he choked out. "It's water, but not this place. Towers in the water, lights that move like..." He stopped, breath ragged. "It's not here, it's somewhere else." The sphere pulsed again, brighter this time, and another man staggered back from the rail. "I saw it too," he said hoarsely. "But I heard, I don't know, voices." The captain's voice was steady, but quiet. "Don't fight it, just watch." The sphere began to move, gliding slowly along the length of the ship. Wherever it passed, the spirals beneath its path brightened, then dimmed once it moved on, as though it were scanning each mark left by the entity. When it reached the stern, it paused, sinking slightly, until it hovered just above the waterline. Without warning, the water beneath it began to churn, not violently, but in perfect concentric ripples that spread outward in flawless symmetry. From the center of those ripples, a thin column of light extended downward into the depths. The sphere followed it, submerging halfway before stopping again. The light in the column changed, no longer pale. It deepened to the same crimson-silver hue the great entity had carried within its spirals. The color spread outward, tracing faint lines across the basin's surface until every glowing current was connected. For the first time since their arrival, the currents all moved in the same direction, flowing toward the ship. One by one, the paths touched its hull, their glow merging with the spirals until the ship itself seemed to be the source of the basin's light. The sphere rose again, drifting upward, until it hovered directly above the mast. Its pattern shifted faster now, too quickly to track, and the spirals on the hull pulsed in perfect unison. Then, as if satisfied, the sphere pulsed once more, a final heavy wave of light that pressed into the mind rather than the eyes, and shot upward, vanishing into the dim ceiling of the basin without leaving a ripple. The currents faded, their paths dissolving back into the stillness, but the glow on the hull did not fade. If anything, it was stronger now, every spiral brighter and more defined than before. And in the silence that followed, the crew understood, whatever had marked them had just called something else to find them. The call did not go unanswered for long. At first, the basin's surface seemed only to darken, not from shadow but from depth itself thickening, as though the water were folding over in layers. The crew leaned out over the rails, scanning for movement, but what came was not a singular shape. It began as faint streaks in the far distance, threads of light weaving upward in the gloom. More appeared, then more, until dozens were rising from unseen depths, their glow shifting between pale gold and deep indigo, They were not coming straight toward the ship. They were circling, each arc tightening as the threads spiraled inward. The motion was hypnotic, perfect, measured, every streak keeping the same distance from its neighbors. The captain said nothing, but the set of his shoulders was rigid. His eyes locked on the spirals. He had seen formations like this before, not from the sea, but from the sky, where migrating birds moved in instinctive unity. The first thread broke from the formation. It came fast, uncoiling from the spiral, and sweeping toward the ship in a smooth, silent pass. As it drew near, the crew could see it wasn't a beam of light at all, but a long, narrow shape, its surface gleaming with translucent panels beneath which flowed constant, shifting colors. The panels refracted the basin's dim light, casting arcs of green and violet over the deck. It passed close enough that the water's displacement brushed the hull, then banked sharply and rose in a steep arc, vanishing into the basin's sealing mist. Seconds later, two more broke formation, their movements identical, one sweeping port, the other starboard. Each pass was closer than the last. The spirals on the hull brightened in answer, their glow flaring whenever one of the shapes came near. This was not a reaction of defense. The crew could feel it. It was a recognition, a resonance, as if these newcomers were answering the same mark that had been pressed into their ship. Then the circling stopped. The formation tightened into a vertical column over the basin's center, the threads now moving up and down rather than around. One by one, they began to descend toward the ship, their movement deliberate, almost ceremonial. As the first touched the water near the hull, it slowed and rotated to reveal its underside, lined with the same spirals etched into the ship, each one glowing faintly. A voice? No, not a voice, but a sensation, passed through the crew's minds. Connected. The next descended. Known. The third. Returned. With each arrival, the pressure in the air thickened, and the ship's spirals flared brighter. The crew shifted uneasily, their breathing shallow, but none moved away from the rails. The air was charged with something that wasn't entirely fear, nor entirely awe. It was the feeling of standing on the edge of something immense, irreversible. The final thread descended. This one was larger, heavier in the water, its glow steady rather than shifting. It stopped directly at the bow, lowering until its spiral patterns were level with the ship's own. The glow between them merged, running in smooth arcs from one surface to the other. The sensation in the crew's minds deepened. Follow. Without waiting for orders, the shapes turned away from the ship, fanning out to form a loose corridor of light leading toward the far side of the basin. Their spirals continued to glow, casting shifting patterns along the water that seemed to show movement beyond the visible surface, shadows and masses that hinted at deeper structures hidden below. The captain finally spoke, his voice low but certain. "We go." The crew obeyed without question, every hand moving to ready the vessel. The spirals along the hull pulsed once, as though the ship itself understood the command. Slowly they followed the glowing corridor into waters no one aboard could name, the sense of being led towards something deliberate thickening with every meter. Somewhere ahead, past the shifting light and silent escorts, the basin was about to show them what their marking had truly bound them to. The escorts moved without a single ripple out of place, their formation as precise as clockwork. Each luminous thread kept perfect spacing from its neighbor, creating a living tunnel of light that stretched ahead into the basin's far reaches. The ship drifted forward at a steady pace, the water unnaturally calm beneath its keel. The captain kept one hand on the rail, his eyes fixed on the corridor ahead, as though afraid that if he blinked it might close. The further they traveled, the more the water's hue began to shift. The dull grey-blue of the basin gave way to a deeper indigo, threaded with faint ribbons of light that ran parallel to the corridor. These ribbons didn't move with the current. They remained fixed in place, like veins embedded in the water itself. The glow from the ship's spirals began to pulse in perfect sync with them, each throb of light echoing down the hull and into the depths. The crew spoke little. Words felt out of place here, as though sound might fracture the strange balance holding everything together. Yet each man could feel the pull growing stronger, not a physical drag, but a deepening certainty in the mind. It was the same sensation they'd felt when first marked, but sharper now, more urgent, as if every step forward tightened an invisible tether between them and whatever waited ahead. After an hour, or perhaps only minutes, for time seemed unmoored in this place, the corridor widened. The glowing escorts slowed, fanning out to form a massive oval boundary in the water. Beyond it lay darkness so complete that the ship's lanterns could not pierce it. The spirals along the hull flared once, and the darkness thinned, just enough to reveal a shape suspended ahead. It was vast, dwarfing the ship entirely, yet it floated in perfect stillness. Its form was unlike the great layered entity they had encountered before. This was smoother, more seamless, its entire surface covered in spirals that interlocked into an endless lattice. The glow within them shifted in slow waves, alternating between pale silver and deep crimson. The escorts halted just short of it. A vibration passed through the hull, not from the water, but from within the spirals themselves. The captain and several crew staggered slightly, as their vision blurred, the world around them folding inward until all that remained was the great shape before them. The sensation in their minds swelled, received. The spirals on the shape began to turn, not all at once, but in sequences, one arc triggering the next in a cascade of light and motion. The effect was hypnotic. With each rotation, the glow within the ship's own markings deepened until they were nearly as bright as the colossal form ahead. Then the lattice shifted. It wasn't movement in any physical sense, but a reordering, spirals reconfiguring, their patterns locking into new alignments that formed symbols no one aboard could recognize. These symbols pulsed, and in answer, the ship's spirals pulsed back, the exchange like a conversation without sound. Images filled the crew's minds, not dreams. These were too sharp, too deliberate. They saw cities beneath black oceans, their towers crowned with spirals of light. They saw currents that moved not with tides but with design, carrying structures and shapes through impossible distances. They saw vast beings, some familiar, like the entity from the membrane, others stranger still, turning their attention toward a single small vessel in a place no human chart had ever named. When the vision faded, the shape before them emitted one final pulse, bound. The escorts broke formation, some darted upward into the mist, others sank into the deep, their lights dimming as they vanished. The colossal shape remained for a few moments longer, its spirals slowing until they stilled entirely. Then with the same unhurried grace as the others before it, it sank into the blackness, leaving the ship adrift in suddenly empty water. But the spirals on the hull did not fade. They burned steady and bright, a constant reminder that whatever had claimed them here would never let go. And as the captain turned the vessel back toward the heart of the basin, he knew, without question, that this was not the end of their journey, but only the first step in a path laid long before they'd ever arrived. Some journeys end where they began. Others, like this one, do not end at all. The basin lay behind them now, yet its weight travelled with the ship, pressed into its hull, threaded into the minds of every man who had stood on deck and watched the spirals burn. The sea ahead was wide and open, but no longer felt like the same sea they had once known. Each horizon seemed thinner, less certain, as though the water itself could fold at any moment to reveal what lay beneath. Some nights, the glow on the hull brightened without cause, and the crew would feel that faint, familiar pull in their thoughts, pointing to places no map could name. They did not speak of it, they did not need to, and somewhere far below, in a world without tides or sunlight, the spirals still turned, waiting for their marked vessel to return.